It's weird, but here we are.
Yeah, it's the least weird thing of the night.
We open to close.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Is it on?
Yeah.
Where's the little light? You good? Okay. Cool. Okay. So it is May 6th, and I will call the North Kingstown Business Meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene into open session and recess into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for discussion of any discussions of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that they may require that discussion to be held in open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1. Termination of non-certified employee A, leave without pay request, non-certified employee B, and item number 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, ESP contract negotiation update, NKSBA contract negotiation update, NK / Jamestown High School tuition contract. Can I get a motion to go into executive, please?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I know you don't get to go. I like your blazer. will reconvene into open session, and the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. Megan Riley. Sherry Kennedy.
Here.
Joshua Furtado. Joshua Bush.
Yes.
Okay, and the calendar, please.
May 20th, 7 p.m. School committee regular business meeting, Central Admin Conference Room. Building Advisory Committee, May 7th, 6 p.m., Central Admin Conference Room. Policy Advisory Committee, May 12th, 4:30 p.m., Central Admin Conference Room. Health and Wellness Advisory Committee, May 14th, 4:30 p.m., Central Admin Conference Room. School Redistricting Start Times and Transportation Advisory Committee, May 14th, 5 p.m., North Kingstown High School Media Center. Budget and Finance Advisory Committee, May 19th, 4:30 p.m., Central Admin Conference Room. School Committee Office Hours, May 21st, 7 to 8 p.m., Central Admin Conference Room.
Stephanie, just one thing, since this was published, the Budget and Finance meeting changed.
Was that confirmed?
I don't know, the invitation went out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or May, I apologize, May 13th.
Sorry, I've been meeting, so I did not see
Okay.
that, so that's why I was asking.
May 13th, yeah, Budget and Finance is May 13th at 4:30 p.m. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that correction. Okay, and then we're going to move on to presentations. And so I will have Dr. Duva introduce our first presentation. We're so excited.
So this evening we have Miss Easton with some of her students from her social studies class at Whitford Middle School to present to us tonight about their Egypt projects. So welcome you to the mic with your students and take the show.
Do I just talk right here?
Yes,
Oh,
just the microphone is hooked up to the camera. So.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, hi everyone. My name is Brooke Easton and I teach 6th grade social studies over at Whitford Middle School. And I'm happy to have 3 students of mine that are going to be sharing some of their projects that they made back in January. So we do some research on topics in ancient Egypt, and they write a 5-paragraph research paper, and then based on that paper, they get to make a project, and that's the fun part. So they're going to be sharing those projects today. All right, and that's just some of the assignments details. Obviously, this is a 3D project, so they'll be sharing their project, and then I brought some extra ones as well. All right, Peter.
Hello, my name is Peter Hirsch, and for my ancient Egyptian topic, I chose to research Egyptian inventions like weapons used for warfare. For my project, I focused on weaponry and made a spear to show what they looked like in battle. I learned that Egyptian weapons were important for both war and ceremonies. Spears were used to hunt and fight, whereas other weapons like maces showed the power of the pharaohs. Over time, Egyptians improved their weapons by using stronger materials like bronze and iron. This helped them protect their land and become a stronger civilization. Thank you.
Peter, do you want to show your project?
And then my project was, I made this spear.
Cool.
And
Can I ask you a quick question, Peter?
represent a spear, yeah.
How did you pick what you drew on the stick?
Oh, for these, I just wrote down some hieroglyphics that might have been coded on spears for just simple identification.
That's awesome. Good job.
Hello, my name is Tessa Johnson, and for my ancient Egyptian project, I chose Egyptian fashion and cosmetics, and my 3 topics were makeup, jewelry, and hair. And so I just made some of the important materials that they used. So for makeup, they used. Can I go check? Yeah.
I know we did them back in December, so.
I know, and we apologize. I know we got delayed on this, so we're glad you could still come.
They used henna, which is down there, and then ash and charcoal. And I just put them in different containers. And then for jewelry, they used different types of necklaces, and they made them from colored beads. And then for their hair, they used different combs, and they actually had like a curling iron, basically made out of bronze. That was mainly for the higher class.
And if you look inside Tessa's project, she has all the different components. You can kind of see it in the picture, but she did a really nice job of that. Or if you kind of want to tilt it a little bit.
You want to show us?
Yeah, go show them.
Nobody waits.
Did you try the henna on yourself?
Very nice.
Wow.
Great job.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good job. Nice. That's awesome.
I like the stickers. It's a nice touch.
Yeah.
Good job, Tessa.
And then we have Cypress.
Hello, my name is Cypress Lieberman. For my ancient Egyptian topic, I chose to research Egyptian medicine. For my project, I focused on medicine and made something to show how the Egyptians helped people when they were sick or hurt. I learned that they could do surgeries like setting bones using papyrus and sap, and they also had tools like the scalpel and scissors, which are like the ones doctors use today. I found out about the Ebers Papyrus, which was one of the first books where they wrote down illness and treatments, like cauterizing wounds to stop bleeding. They treated things like tumors, abscesses, and stomach problems. In conclusion, medicine was really important to the ancient Egyptians because it helped people stay alive, kept their civilization stronger, and taught us many medical skills we use today.
For my project, I did a little jar with some of the tools that they would use, and a beaker with a box with papyrus in it.
Great job.
And then I just have a couple of pictures that I couldn't fit into the door if I tried to. This one right here was a shadoof that a student made. The Nile River was another topic as well. And students got to pick all these topics. This one's on the table. It was just Egyptian mythology, and I think they made Isis for the god. This one is actual life size. It was a shadoof with 2 giant buckets, and that's actually sitting in the art room. And then I do have Egyptian medicine. She couldn't make it tonight, but this one is actually really cool. It's a clay pot, and then it has the papyrus that she made. And then the afterlife, they focus on the Book of the Dead, and the student just made that little cutout that you can see over there. And then this one's also life-size. They made a pharaoh sarcophagus.
Wow.
And then just some other gods and goddesses. So they did a really nice job on these projects. Really proud of them.
Did they do all this was it in classroom and
Nope,
at home?
so we write the paper in class,
Okay.
and we do all the research, and then this is the fun part they get to do at home. So they did a really nice job.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you for having us tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we get a picture?
Yeah, let's get into that. You know I love a good picture moment. We would love Mrs. Easton to take a picture with you and your students if you don't mind. Let's see. Your choice. Do you want to take it with these or with the board? This one?
Do you guys want to come up in front?
Okay.
Maybe our young man can hold the spear. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, you're gonna hold this
Cool, yeah.
And then you do the papyrus. You got it. There we go. And I'll hold this one up.
Want to do that? Okay, perfect. Yeah, okay. Okay, Peter, tilt your thing just a little bit this way so it's not in front of your face. There you go. Perfect. Awesome. Good job, y'all. Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thank you for coming.
Give them a second to do their thing. And we do have a rule. You don't have to stay for the whole meeting. So so we know people's time is tight.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Bye now.
Okay. So awesome job to our students and teachers. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next presentation. We'll stick with the Wickford Middle School theme. Okay, and so Ken, do you want to introduce?
So David Flanagan, who's the principal at Wickford Middle School, is here tonight to share with you progress that the school has made and what they're working on that's aligned to the school improvement plan.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to share some brief information. So I have a couple of slides, basically. So just overall, in terms of what the SIT is, the school improvement team, school improvement plan, which is something that's done annually and submitted to RIDE, approved by the school administration. And it really kind of provides a roadmap of where we want to go, certain goals we'd like to meet during the course of that coming year, and work that's done by the committee through the course of the year. So kind of briefly, the right arrow. Sorry.
Okay.
Turn it around. Sorry about that.
There we
Okay,
go.
there we go.
No worries.
So this is the accountability overall overview from this year. So in that first domain of school quality and student success, we earned 13 out of 15 points. And this is something that comes out from RIDE each year, which the maximum school rating was 5 stars, and Wickford earned that, which is tremendous. The second is the achievement and growth, and again, it's a 5 to 17 points. We achieved 12 points and 4 stars. So there's a little bit of room for growth and improvement there, and hopefully we'll see that occurs this year when we see the results of this year's testing. So it's really testament to the hard work and dedication of our teachers and staff. And in no short measure, it's also the hard work that our students do every day that allows us to kind of see this kind of achievement, this level of achievement, which is certainly laudable. So, in terms of RICAS performance on the ELA, we have a goal of increasing by 3.5%. It's aligned to the district strategic plan, which is looking for 6 to 8% growth over the next 3 years, or 3 years beginning, I believe, in 23-24. I think that was the first year that we'd like to see that growth. So we've set a goal this year for 59.7 in terms of that increase. We won't know, though, until the fall when the RICAS results come out for this year. So we see a dip there between 23 and 24. It's not substantial, but it was a dip, so hopefully we'll see that we regain the growth in that area. Similarly in math, again, we're looking for a kind of a 6% increase. If we look at the 22-23 year, we were at 59.4. Last year at 54.3, so there was a drop there as well. In order to kind of reach that 6%, we'd have to get to 60.3, which is much more in line with what the 22-23 year result was. So that's a pretty significant jump to make. But I think it's, if we won't know whether or not last year was kind of an outlier until we do see the results. But we're hoping that, we can at least gain ground to get closer back to what the 22-23 success progress rate was. So. In terms of the special education subgroup, that's going to be an SIP goal for next year as well. And the strategic
plan at the district level is looking for an increase in achievement of 12 to 15% over 3 years, and that's a pretty substantial jump. But we will. That's something that we'll share next year for sure in terms of how that growth is working. So, in science, this year district-wide, within for DMS and for WMS, they have a new curriculum. Okay, and this is the first year of the new curriculum. So, in conversation with the curriculum coordinator, even just coincidentally today, we're very curious to see how our performance is for the 8th grade based on this new curriculum, because it's a completely different kind of approach. And again, I think it's one of those things where we won't know for 2 more years how that kind of matches to performance on this national science exam, because we really will need to see a full 3-year cycle in the curriculum for 6th, 7th, and then 8th. The last time they were tested, this 8th grade was tested at this level was 5th grade. They were following a different curriculum for 6 and 7, and then for 8th this year, up till now, they're following a totally new curriculum. So I think 2 years from now, we'll see something that'll tell us a lot more about how this new curriculum's working. So. WMS has experienced MLL growth in English language proficiency in line with our district goals over the last 2 years. We have a relatively small sample, but the growth rate that we're looking for, we certainly seem to be hitting it, which is what we're looking for exactly. Another area that we will include a specific goal for, but it's something that we've been working on this year, is in this area of school belonging. So we're going to look for an increase of 9% over last year. We've been flat the last 2 years, 23 and 24 at 32%. But I want to talk a little bit about that in a second, okay? So to kind of summarize the initiatives that we were working on, 1 and 3, reading and math, the use of intervention classes. I'm sorry, for the 24-25 school year, students who scored in Tier 2 and some who scored in Tier 3 on the STAR assessment received additional instruction through intervention classes from a reading specialist. The goal of these additional supports is ultimately to have growth in that Tier 2 student population that'll be reflected, hopefully, in the standardized testing, in the RICAS testing, in addition to just overall progress in the classes. And it happens in both reading and math. I'm just going to step over here. Another initiative we had is in the multi-tiered support services program development. This is a district-level initiative that we've been working on this year. For the 24-25 school year, an MTSS program has been under development, utilizing school resources and district leadership to assure that our Tier 2 students will receive targeted instruction in core competencies. The identification of these students is accomplished through assessment data, recommendations of content teachers, and progress monitoring throughout the school year. We are currently developing a new model for our PLT period that will also provide an opportunity for additional structured assistance for all tiers that will be implemented next year. This is an important part, really, of kind of targeted augmentation, really, of classroom instruction that's going to be designed to hopefully enhance the progress that the students make, particularly at the Tier 2 level.
Dave, sorry, what's PLT, just for folks?
I'm sorry, that's it's personal learning time.
Thank you.
So that's a 20-minute period each day that we have, and we've done a variety of things during that time: silent reading, math, assistance, and then some teachers actually provide extra help during that time period as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sure, is there a way to move that up and down? Or just... Thank you.
add a slide maybe, and then just pop that whole thing on.
Or if I can step,
Just leave it like that too.
that's fine.
We have it too over here as well.
You do? Okay. All right. I can't really step away from the mic, or can I? Will it pick me up? That's perfect. Thank you. So some additional work that we've been doing, and this is in the area of improving school belonging. So I just kind of made a little commentary here. As we examine school behavior data, it's apparent that there is some room for improvement, particularly in the areas of disruptive student behavior and student disrespect. For the 24-25 school year, we continue to stress the importance of kindness and respect as the cornerstones of the WMS school community. We continue to reward evidence of these attributes through our Possum Recognition Awards, our quarterly Students of the Quarter recognition, awarded by teacher recommendations for outstanding class and school involvement, exemplary effort, and overall citizenship. Additionally, through our annual art celebration and music and chorus performances, we're able to showcase the many talents of our Wildcats. Our active middle school sports program also provide opportunities for many students to connect with their peers and participate in school-oriented sports celebrating our school. We also have some teacher-led activities centered during our PLT time that involve WMS students supporting community-based organizations. These include the annual Turkey Trot fundraiser for the NK Community Food Bank, Valentine's for Veterans, as well as other activities that encourage cultivation of school spirit throughout WMS. Our goal is to increase the level of school belonging each year. It is our belief that increasing student feelings of connectedness and investment in the school community will lead directly to better overall conduct and behavior. This will become an SIP goal for 25-26. We also have a continuing project underway to implement a new PBIS, Positive Behavioral Intervention and Support Program, to assist in preventing unwanted behaviors beginning next year. Just kind of anecdotally, over the course of my career, it's certainly the case that students behave better who feel more connected to the school. And the more that they're vested in whatever it is that they happen to be interested in, if they're interested in the art club, if they're interested in baseball, if they're interested in music, the more opportunities that we can provide for kids, the better off we are in terms of the overall climate of the school. And so the more opportunities that we can do, can provide, certainly aids in that overall kind of behavioral climate in the school. The PBIS initiative itself, PBIS is something that's designed to prevent rather than kind of concentrating on trying to alter the behavior after the behavior has happened. It's trying to short circuit that so the behavior never happens, the negative behavior never happens. And it's really through positive behavioral modeling and supports. So that's something that certainly we're looking forward to implementing that next year. So, thank you.
I feel like we caught. Did we caught? Yeah, we caught. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Planning?
No, thank you, Dave, for answering all my questions already. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next presentation, which is Kingstown Middle School. Ken, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, so Barbara Marr is our principal at DMS, and she, like Dave, is here tonight to share the work that they're doing at the school that is aligned to the school improvement team.
Yeah, and I'm very proud to be here to represent my school, especially this week, Teacher Appreciation Week. I have a fabulous staff of teachers, teacher assistants, support staff, and not to say I have the best students. I do love them, and they work very hard, and we all are trying to work very hard together. And as Dave said, this plan is kind of like a roadmap for our school. This was from our accountability report card. This school quality of student, we did earn 5 stars. That incorporates chronic absenteeism, teacher absenteeism, suspension rates, exceeding expectations, and exceeding expectations in both the ELA and math. For achievement growth, we received 3 stars or 10 points. That was for our achievement in ELA, math, and our growth in ELA and math. And then we received 2 stars for our English language proficiency. Those are our MLL students who are just learning to speak English, and not only speak, but to read and remember, vocabulary, etc., etc. So our RICAS scores went down a little bit last year from a 48 to a 47, and our goal would be 51.1, and that would bring us in compliance with the district plan of increasing our scores 6% over 3 years. We think it's achievable. Our math RICAS in 2022 and 2023, 50 went down a little bit, same as WMS to 46.8. We hope to achieve 53.2. We've been working very hard. We've been doing practice problems. Fingers crossed. It's also, when you look at these scores from middle schoolers, you also have, as you know, different cohorts of students. We do have a new curriculum that's been in place about 3 to 4 years now. But we also have different cohorts of students that present with different strengths. Some years we're strong in ELA. Some years we're strong in math. We're trying to be strong in both areas. Our goals, we also have goals for our special education subgroup. It's a subgroup that sometimes, they work really hard for their successes. So we have set goals for them as well, and we look to support them in every way that we can. We had a cohort of special education students back in 22-23. As you know, disabilities can be severe or less severe. So that also affects how much they can achieve. So it's hard to measure one cohort against another cohort, but we're doing our best to support all of our students there. Science, as Dave said, we have a new curriculum. We've already achieved the district goal of 53.7. We exceeded it in 23-24. We do feel it might take a dip this year because of the new curriculum, but we'll really have our fingers crossed that the new curriculum really is inquiry-based, and they are really expanding their scientific thinking and problem solving. So we might see an increase. I don't know, I always err on caution there. Our MLL students, this is where we struggled. But students who are just coming into the United States, learning the language, or they're dual speaking, they speak English at school, but they speak Spanish or, Japanese or Chinese at home. So their language is not as strong in the academic areas, so we're working to support them. We do feel, though, that with RIDE's help, as they have recalculated how to set a student's target this year, is, I believe, a little more fair and a little more reachable. We have received the scores, and we are on our way to hitting our goal for this year, and so we're very pleased with that. School belonging, and according to SurveyWorks, we set a goal of increasing our school belonging by 10% from 2023 to 2024, which were the results that just came out, and we did hit our goal of increasing school belonging by 10%, and that's how students feel that they belong to our school.
So just to clarify, you're going to be trying to get to 53%?
Next year, so this was our goal this year.
That's what you got in, okay.
This was 2024 when we set this back in September. And then the SurveyWorks is out, and so we did hit our goal. And so now so now in the end of this year, actually May 28th, we have our SIT team where we're going to draft next year's plan, and then in September we confirm next year's plan. I know
that timeline thrills me. It's not your fault.
The timeline is it's always, and it's very hard to monitor your SIT because you take your RICAS now and you don't get those results till after you've already made a plan, so you don't know how you scored and where to set the target. But that's why we rely on the district strategic plan, because they feel that this amount of growth is what we should be targeting. So that's what we do. So it's kind of back and forth and inside out, but we still do it. So what we're working on with the reading and math intervention class, like Dave is, DMS is very similar. We look at our tier 3 and our tier 2, and we try to target them and provide them with intervention classes taught by specialists. Our English language learners, they also have very small group instruction that's very targeted, and we were able to purchase WIDA practice problems. That's the access test that they take that scores whether they hit their language targets or not. RICAST has multiple years of practice problems, but the WIDA test did not have practice problems, so this was a big help this year for them to be able to practice. We also had a staff member, Kim Ramos, came around and spoke to our regular ed teachers about language targets and what ELL and what they learn, what their curriculum is, and how to support them in a regular class. So we feel that all of those things contributed to some of the students being able to hit their targets this year. Improve school belonging. We're always working on that. We have a climate and culture committee that puts together activities monthly, and we also sponsor 4 school-wide activities, and those are also, we had input from our student council. So we're always looking to have some fun along with the hard work that all of the students are always doing at DMS.
Is the Culture and Climate Committee student-based or?
It's actually teacher-based,
okay,
and the teachers, put together things, but we get input from the students. So the students sort of pick themes. They pick the spirit days, but sometimes like February was have a heart, and so we did a healthy heart activities. But sometimes the students will also come up with ideas. It's sort of like 50-50.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we have both. That's all.
Any questions?
Any questions? Great.
Thank
Can
you.
I add something real quick?
Of course.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to you both for being here. And I want to couple just some of the commentary there with our student presenters today, because I think that's relevant, because we saw a great example there from our Wickard students. I know our Davisville students participate in learning activities like that as well, that are those deep and memorable and really enriching activities. And we're looking at data, which is also obviously very important, but I think it's nice to have both of the contrast there with those hands-on learning activities that are so important, that students remember and really invest themselves in, and also the data that we see come through in achievement tests and surveys and things of that nature, also important, but having those two things tied together is so critical at the middle school age. So I want to thank you all for doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
No, it's a privilege.
Thanks for having us.
Yes.
You should definitely come. You have to wake up early.
Tomorrow's broadcast.
We have broadcast tomorrow. It's a big week. It's a big week.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to our next item, which is recognition of Educator Appreciation Week. And so, Dr. Duva.
Yes. So I do want to take a moment and recognize all of our educators in our district. This is National Teacher Appreciation Week. So as we celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week, we want to take a moment to express our gratitude to all of our staff for the incredible work you do every single day. Each day you enter the school building, you make a difference to your students and your colleagues. We believe teaching is the most important job in the world. It is also one of the most difficult. As educators, we make thousands of decisions every day. Each decision matters so much because it impacts the young minds that we teach, which is why teaching is also the most meaningful job in the world. You don't need us to tell you how amazing it is to witness students making discoveries about themselves and the world around them. You are shaping their future, their goals, and their dreams. Your dedication, creativity, and perseverance shape not only your students' minds, but also our community's future. In a world that constantly changes, you remain a steady source of guidance, inspiration, and care. We are fortunate to have so many caring educators and staff who truly care deeply for our students. We see it in your actions and dedication in the classroom, before school, and after school. Whether you're in a classroom, on an athletic field, or supporting students on the stage, your impact is profound and lasting. Our community is extremely lucky to have educators like you who truly make a difference in the lives of our students. When we attend a class presentation, a band or chorus event, an art show at the town library, or a school performance, our students are happy and successful because of all that you do. Thank you for being the guiding light and beacon in the North Kingstown community for our students. Your passion and perseverance shape the future one student at a time. So thank you. And thank you. We have some teachers in the audience. So thank you very much for all that you do for our kids.
And also thank you to the PTOs. I know they've been working hard to celebrate our educators this week. And so thank you to them for that. Okay, thank you. Okay, and so the next item on the agenda is citizens' comments. And so as a reminder, pursuant to policy BE, individual comments are respectfully requested to be limited to 5 minutes. And this is the citizens' time to speak to the school committee, so we do not respond during citizens' comments to our guests. So, first up is Teresa.
Good evening, Chairperson Earl and committee members. I'm Teresa Hirsch, and thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I would like to speak about the redistricting, start times, and transportation subcommittee and the recommendations that you'll hear tonight. Many of us who attended all or most of the subcommittee meetings have observed and commented several times that there is a need for professional consultation in the redistricting process for North Kingstown. In particular, with the size of the bond and the construction planned, a professional can build a long-term plan for our entire town. Phases of redistricting without a long-term plan do not allow or cannot sometimes allow for enough growth. We are now experiencing this at Hamilton as a result of our last redistricting. The constant redistricting reduces a sense of community and trust between the families and school administration. Looking at surrounding suburbs, we found that East Greenwich has not redistricted in 19 years, but they are in the process of redistricting now, and they've just put out a request for 3 bids for consultants to help them redistrict their schools. For size comparison, East Greenwich is about 17 square miles with 14,000 or so people, and North Kingstown has about triple the land with 58 or so square miles and 27,000 people. Advice from outside consultants who can quickly prepare possible scenarios in an unbiased way would help families of North Kingstown to comprehend and support redistricting impacts. Construction schedules could also be adjusted now to help using the advice of professionals and the recommendations of our superintendent, the subcommittee, and school committee. Hopefully, the redistricting subcommittee will also be expanded to help eliminate bias. During this process, we've been reminded that the elementary schools are, of course, not here to correct budgets or be logistically filled with children. There are elementary schools, and they're here to create a secure and stable community and an environment to best educate our children. I know you'll hear directly tonight from Dr. Duva concerning the recommendations for next year, and we all want to encourage the administration to find money for professional consultants to offer guidance which would certainly save future dollars for transportation or future building costs to deal with the student population growth. Professional planning advice is invaluable for both the function and reputation of our school district and the real estate values of our homes, and finally, most importantly, the steady sense of community to educate our children while protecting their social emotional health in their youngest years of school. Thank you again for your time and consideration of using professional consultants to redistrict. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sean.
Hi everyone, I'm Sean Taylor again. Just wanted to make some very brief comments in support of the recommendations to be put forward today by the redistricting subcommittee. I know the name's longer than that. Apologize, didn't write it all out. The recommended approach minimizes impact for the coming year while giving the subcommittee more time to adapt to the latest data, specifically demographic data, the preschool move, and also allows them to continue working on a holistic solution and generating ideas to help solve the varied needs of the district. Additionally, this will give the parents of the district much needed time to adapt and adjust to the decision before the coming school year. I know there's a lot of anxiety out there of, regardless of what's decided tonight or in the future, hey, where's my kid going in September? I hope the committee accepts the proposed recommendation for the school year and look forward to the discussion and the vote. And I also look forward to seeing how this process continues to evolve for the community's future. Thank you all for your time and the care and effort you've put into listening to the community.
Thank you. Those are the only names I have on the list. Does anyone else want to sign up? Okay, we'll slide down to Stephanie. Thank you. So we'll move on to the superintendent's report. Dr. Dugan.
So a few items, highlights for the district. So recently at Davisville Academy, they had the Navy Jazz Brass Band attend their school and perform for their students, and students were able to participate in that performance and meet the members of the Navy Jazz Band. At Davisville Middle School, the grade 7 students participated in the URI International Engineering Program last week. The presentation highlighted the possibilities for them to start thinking about careers attending the university and working in the area of STEM, which is science, technology, and engineering and math, and foreign travel. 9 students were awarded the Be the Best You Can Be award for the 3rd quarter. And I also want to recognize one of their teachers, Miss Kelly Smith, who is a 7th grade science teacher at DMS on Team G, is a state finalist for the prestigious Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. She was recognized in a school-wide assembly with Aaron Escher from the Department of Education. He serves as the science specialist and himself was also a recipient in 2015. So congratulations to Ms. Smith, and we're very proud, and we will wait to see if she goes even further in this process. Davisville Middle School hosted a unified week culminating in a basketball game attended by the entire school, and North Kingstown High School students led them in an informational portion of the event talking about inclusion. At Wickford Middle School, I want to congratulate their robotics team who won the state championship, and they are now moving on to the World Championship in Texas, and will be heading out there next weekend. At North Kingstown High School, Mr. DeLucia, who is the department chair for the World Language Department, recently released the 2025 Sale of Biliteracy list of students who received that award. Our students have risen to the occasion again. Students provided their language abilities in all 4 languages offered at the high school, plus Chinese and Russian. Students are tested in 4 different areas: speaking, reading, writing, and listening, and then rated on a scale ranging from novice to advanced, the highest possible on that exam. Students achieving advance in every category will receive gold status, while those receiving intermediate and intermediate higher, any combination thereof, will receive silver. In all, a record of 81 seals are being awarded this year. So that's 81 students in our high school that have achieved that level. So that's pretty amazing. So, and I want to thank our World Language Department at the high school for supporting our students. But I also want to thank our middle school World Language teachers at Davisville Middle School and Wickford Middle School and Jamestown, the Lawn Middle School, for preparing our students in entering high school and being able to be recognized and earn that award. So thank you. Finally, I think we shared this earlier from the art department. The North Kingstown School District will be specially recognized at the 19th Annual Richard W. and Ronald S. Buteau Memorial and receiving the Gift of Art Award. It's the Gift of Art to the State of Rhode Island exhibit, presented by the URI College of Arts and Science Art and Art History Department and the Rhode Island Alliance for Arts and Education on May 15th. The mixed media exhibit will feature more than 250 artworks by K-12 students from public and charter schools throughout the state, and the honored selection of the North Kingstown School Department for the Gift of Art to the State of Rhode Island for 2025. I want to congratulate and thank our art teachers throughout the district, because this is an award for everyone, and the dedication that they give and sharing their talents and creativity to our students. So we are all welcome to attend this event. The gallery night reception and special recognition ceremony will take place on May 15th from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Alex and Ani Hall at Rhode Island College, and that's on Mount Pleasant Avenue in Providence. And the exhibit runs from May 5th to the 29th, and the gallery hours are Monday through Saturday, 9 to 5, and that's open to the public. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to routine items. I will disclose that there were no votes taken in the executive session today. Can I get a motion to seal the executive session minutes?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then the next item up is the consent agenda. Would anyone like to exempt anything from the consent agenda before we vote on it?
Yes, please.
E.
Okay. Anything else?
All of D and F.
Sorry, Jen, what did you say?
All of D
Yep.
and F.
Sorry, I was hoping that wasn't what you said. Cool. It's just long. It's just long. It's okay. Okay. So, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda without D, E, or F?
So moved.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go back to item D. Is there something specific, Ms. Lehman, that we want to?
I'll make a motion to approve D1.
Okay. Can I get a second for that, please?
Second.
I just wanted to thank Rob for going back and getting that taken care of to allow for seniors to have photos taken here.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for bringing it to our attention.
Yep.
Yep, thank you. Any other further discussion or questions regarding that NKHS high school photography services? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. D2?
I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion?
Is this the training that was recommended by the temporary advisory?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so at the time, I believe that committee had talked about sending 3 high school administrators as well.
I was at the temporary discipline committee.
Yeah,
All
that
right.
was the recommendation.
Okay, because I recall it being PBIS focus. We have, this was really for middle school.
It was, I think we actually, the recommendation came from the temporary advisory, but I think the school committee officially voted on it, so we could have the clerk go back and pull like the exact.
I told it was to send the
did.
additional 3 high school administrators to the PBIS training this May, and send the elementary principals to PBIS training TBD, which I believe is this, correct?
Yes. Yeah, there was a couple of different PBIS trainings that we were looking at. This one was a grant, is able to be grant funded. So it's something that we jumped on based on the fact that it was money that we had budgeted. We can look at that in terms of what fits in under the grant, and if there's additional folks we could add.
So I guess that's my question. Like, I'm fine with approving this, but it's my understanding that we're also supposed to be sending high school administrators to some training this May. So
Yep.
I'd like an update on that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we can look at that and see what's available for sure. I think that. Yep.
I believe just that it was to include them with the one that the elementary school, right?
Mhm.
To
The middle school.
The middle school.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So.
Sure. I will. Again, we can definitely look into
Okay.
that and see like what we can make work with the grant money that we have.
Okay, so just to clarify for future, well, there also might be other opportunities beyond grant funding.
There are,
Yeah.
for sure.
They can
Like,
definitely look
yeah,
at that and see
yeah.
when we can get that training for
Yeah.
them. So.
So Jen, for the follow-up, for a future meeting, we would be looking for funding, like confirmation of being able to send.
That is being taken care of.
Yeah, so we'll follow up with other opportunities or potentially working high school folks into this opportunity as well with PBIS training.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that said, we are in the motion for this particular one with the grant. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the next item. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the Learning Inside Out grant.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Rob, thank you for getting me the information that we talked about. I did have a question whether any other funds have been already spent against this grant, or if we have plans to, since they have to be used by August.
Mm-hmm. We do have plans. We are working actively at other sites, including on the Forest Park site, looking at the raised walking area, walking bridge at Forest Park to create a better means of egress for students to access the outdoor classroom there, which compared to what currently exists. That's in progress right now. We're working with the leadership there and with community group.
Okay.
How much money is the total?
The grant is 147. Thank you. 147.
And this is 80 of it.
Yep. And it has to be spent by August 1?
August 30.
August 30. That's a weird date. Okay. Okay, other questions regarding what is put forward in front of us today? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the next item. Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to discuss the DMS ceremony bid.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion?
So I was just wondering if, there you are. Okay, I'm looking at you. There was no copy of the RFP or the other 3 bids attached.
So just seeking some clarification on
Yeah,
that.
I got that got added.
It's just an Excel spreadsheet that got added, not the actual bids that were received.
There's a detailed DMS bid with price and specifications on there. That's what we were sent today, a condensed version. It should
And that came directly from the vendor. It didn't look like a vendor bid in response to an RFP. That's why I'm asking.
It came from BidNet, the software that we use.
What page in the agenda packet are we on, just so I can follow
We
along
are
with what you're
on
looking at?
page
Hey, Trish.
187.
Thank you. I got to 186 before I asked. So I
But that was something. It was something with formatting, though. We had to change the
We
format.
had to put, yeah, I put it in the entire spreadsheet, but then we broke out what we could see.
But the information you had came directly from what
From
you
BidNet. The
Yep.
reports are pulled directly off of BidNet.
So,
So to clarify, there were 5 bids?
Yes, 5
Okay.
bids, 4 complete bids, 1 partial.
Okay.
there was no copy of the RFP attached, and there's no indication on here where the funding is coming from or the actual bids. Like typically when we approve a bid, we have actual copies of the bid, not just a spreadsheet.
I hear you. But what was sent, you sent the bids.
Yes, sent the bid results.
Which you downloaded off of BidNet.
Correct.
So when you downloaded off of BidNet, and what type of format did that give you? Which one was
It
sent-
gave
sent to
us who the vendor was, the manufacturer, the price, the electrical, the specs for all the equipment.
Was there an RFP that went out for this?
The RFP is on BidNet.
So I guess I'm not comfortable approving it without seeing the RFP and seeing how the bids match up to the RFP. And there's also no indication here. I know the money's coming from the Nutrition Enterprise Fund, but it doesn't indicate that anywhere. And I was trying to get this resolved before the meeting so that it could be approved, but it didn't happen.
Right. So the funds that are being used are coming out of the Nutrition
Correct.
Enterprise account
Correct.
for this.
Yes,
which
I understand that.
was, right.
Yeah.
So you just want to see that on paper.
Well,
Is there a
because
memo
people
somewhere?
who look at this don't know that, and there's no indication of where the money's coming from. It does not say that anywhere in here. I only know that because we had the conversation.
Right, we were discussing it.
Right.
Does that have to be put out publicly before it's approved here?
Does the
information that we're discussing right now, does that have to be put out publicly before it gets approved?
the public information, the actual bid that people submit isn't a public document until it's approved. Once it's approved, that particular bid becomes a public document.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking. Like
Right,
the
well,
bids that come in.
what I'm saying is, does it have to be presented to the public first in order for the school committee to approve it tonight?
No.
So it doesn't have
But
to.
does it have to be presented to the school committee?
Yeah, I mean, that's a different question. If the school committee wants
So-
that information, yes.
So
you're entitled to.
where is that right now to be able to show tonight? On BidNet.
On BidNet,
So if we can go on BidNet and print it
yes,
and provide it,
I bet you can.
right, so the
Table this
attachments,
for
if you
now,
can print the
then
attachments.
that can be provided.
Okay.
I thought that's what was sent.
Like
I
on,
guess
you know, that, like
It's
on
not.
page
So what's
185, you should be able to
What's
click
that
on
is
these
actually
things,
very lovely
right?
from a admin standpoint. It's a very nice summary that shows the
I'm trying to
information,
get
but it's
Yes,
not the
the
details.
backups.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
it's also
backups
to
are
Jen's
attached.
point. Like when I usually look and try to confirm, like making sure that the bid that you all selected is what you needed. Like that cross reference is sometimes helpful because then you can say, okay, we were really looking for this, and this company, although the lowest bidder, which is lovely, also is fulfilling all of these items, and we're able to double check that for you all. Because it's not just about the lowest price, it's also about making sure that you get what you need. And I think what I hear Jen saying is that we don't have those two pieces of information to be able to make an educated decision, although what we did receive is very condensed and nice.
Correct. This is a great
Yep.
high-level summary, but like there is nothing in here that shows.
So what I'm hearing Dr. Duba say is that we might be in the next however long we're
My
here,
sense is
able
table
to
it, let them
rectify
vote.
that in this moment, in this evening is what I'm hearing. So why don't we move on?
Okay.
And we don't need to officially table it, we'll just move
We
on.
can
and
table
we
it and come back to it.
Why don't you just withdraw your motion?
Okay, I was only in a discussion motion anyways.
Whatever. And then we'll come back.
Okay.
Mr. Hayes, can you make a note so I don't forget? Okay, and then if that's not possible, we'll put it on a future agenda, but I do know we have some time constraints on that one, so let's see what we can do. Okay, moving on to the next one. Do we have a motion for bus 1021?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, do people have questions regarding this
My
one?
first question is, why does it say bus 10 when it says bus 21 everywhere else through the documentation?
Come on up, Michelle. Like you just popped up. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. Go ahead.
So Mr. Novak, he's the contractor for bus 10. Mr. West is the contractor for bus 21. 2 years ago, well, in 2024, Mr. West had the option to proceed for a 2-year contract, but he decided that he wanted to just renew it for 1 year. So it leaves 1 year left on the table. Mr. Novak wants to purchase the last year of his contract, so it will fulfill the 12 years instead of leaving the front line at 11 years.
Andrew?
Yeah.
Andrew and I are.
Yeah, but I would like to have the conversation because I don't feel that is normal.
It's not normal.
Okay. I understand that in the world it sounds normal, but from a purchasing context.
Is the one gentleman taking the remaining 1 year of the bus contract off of the other gentleman's hands?
Yes.
But because of the way that our interesting agreement is, wouldn't we need?
I would assume you would deed
Like, wouldn't that happen beforehand? But we have the deed, so
correct.
it's weird.
The bus is already deeded to us, to be perfectly honest with you.
Would we want to give the deed back to someone, and then they
in
could
theory,
give
we
the
could
deed
deed
to someone else?
In theory,
and then they could come back to us?
In theory, yes. Actually, that's a very good
Yeah.
middle school example. We would deed the bus back to the gentleman.
Yep.
He can make whatever arrangement he wants with the other individual for that
gentleman.
year, and then come back to you seeking to deed it back to. Because right now, again,
I can't
stress
do
enough.
this.
They're not contracts; these are deeds.
No. And my other question was, so in 2024, he said he wanted to renew for 1 year instead of 2 years, so that made it valid from 6/30/24 to 6/30/25, which is a month from now. So
Correct.
what is the 1 year left on the contract that we're talking about? Because it's not through his contract. You're talking about a brand new contract with the John Novak person, correct?
So originally, in the past, that's what happens, right? If they don't fulfill the entire years of that original contract, I know that we're walking on how we're wording it.
But this
But
contract would
Hold on, let me
expire
finish,
June
Jen.
30th. No, I want to make sure I understand. This contract would expire June 30th based on the documentation in here, correct?
correct, but he has 1 more year of his 12 years. So when they go after the so-called contracts, right, they're for 12 years. So what happens is if a contractor decides that they need to retire or they can't complete the 12 years for one reason or another, they'll sell that last year or two to somebody else. So they'll take the bus, so to speak, and then they fulfill that 12 years to the school department.
So under that scenario, then Dr. Earl is correct. To clear the paperwork, we technically have the deed to that bus now. We would deed that bus back to gentleman A. He would then do whatever transaction he wants with gentleman B. Gentleman B would come back to us and ask for
To give us the
deed back to the bus for a year.
And then when we have a new bill of sale and agreement with
Presumably to
Mr.
show his
Novak
ownership
for
of the bus.
bus
Yep.
21.
You'd have to get the deed right. Yep.
Do you understand? Does that make sense, Michelle?
It does.
Okay.
It does.
So, who does who? I want to get this right. What gentleman A? Whoever that is in this scenario.
Mr. West.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, just for clarification, no relation to me whatsoever. I think. It's Rhode Island. I don't know. But
we would deed the bus back.
But who needs to talk to whom to do that process to make sure? You know what I mean? Like, does he need to send a letter? Do we need to?
Yeah, I think he would make it an official request for us to
return it to him?
the bus back to him. Yeah, and you'd have to time this correctly because there'd be an insurance issue too.
Yep,
because the reason that the buses are deeded to us is because we insure them. So they're going to have to come up with some kind of a mechanism of timing wherein it's seamless and the deed goes from us back to the other individual and then back to us.
Can I ask a question? Why 12 years?
It's the
12 years is in the contract. My assumption.
Okay.
My assumption is in the contract all buses must be 12 years or newer. So I'm guessing that's why the 12 years. And I think we do have a little leeway to extend out if we want, but
I'm just wondering, because technically from the documentation attached, this person is done with us on June 30th.
but they are in their in the actual contract.
Well,
there's-
but if the deed, if we're looking at the deed and the deed says June
Okay,
30th.
this feels like
It
a
does.
nice offline conversation.
Then yes, then we
So-
would
Yes.
deed that bus back at the end of June
Yes.
30, 2025. That deed is going to trump the contract
Yes.
with respect to ownership.
So
Yes,
my
it is.
recommendation on this item is that our director of transportation and our district attorney and probably our finance person, I don't know why, but it seems like the right, because, or something, they need to.
She's ducking in the back.
I know, I should be. I feel like we need to figure out that processes, make those things happen, and then you can come back to the school committee, and we will be happy to look at whatever that is at that time.
Yeah, and I think we need to have a new bill of sales for just 1 year.
Dr. Earl has
Like-
actually asked me to start that process once we get through the negotiations to try and come up with and present
That's not
to you
what
folks.
Sherry was saying. Sherry, yes, we need to do that, and Sherry was saying we need the bill of sale. Like,
Yeah,
we'd like to know
we
that
can't
that
just
person.
transfer
Yeah, we're going to try
Mr.
and...
West's bill of sale, because to be honest, he only asked for 1 year, and that's all we voted on.
Right,
Or-
right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, so as
Yeah.
far, we are done with his contract June 30th, because that's when it's
So it's
done.
probably
and it
like the
goes
day
back
after
to-
he could
yeah.
transfer the
So,
deed.
yeah, assuming that, I mean, and I'm not advising Mr. West in any way, but that he would wait till that expires, he can sell
Yes.
his bus to whomever he'd like, and then that individual would come back to you folks
Yeah, so
looking
why
for
not-
contract.
Why don't you all work out those logistics, and then when you're ready to come back to us, we'll be happy to see it. No, I'm not like,
Yes.
that's what we're doing. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to table that, please?
Make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next one.
I will make a motion to approve number 6.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
And Rob, I just had a question, I don't know if it's you or Ken. In the information that was attached, they talked about how at the middle school level they're providing parent programs and on-site and virtual consultation and professional development, and that they can provide annual reports and monthly. And I'm just wondering whether those things are being utilized and to what extent.
So parent consults is what you said?
Parent programs,
Parent programs?
on-site and virtual consultation and professional development, and annual reports and monthly reports by request.
I'd have to check on that, Jen. I'd
Okay.
have to see, I can certainly do that and check on the degree to which that's happening.
Awesome,
Okay,
thank
hold
you.
on. Let me just clarify. I'm keeping a list for future meetings. So we've got RISAS, and we are curious about parent programs. Jen,
Parent
can you
programs
clarify the
and
last two for me?
On-site virtual.
On-site and virtual consultation and professional development, and annual reports and monthly reports by request.
And this is specifically at the middle school level, correct?
I believe that's what it said, yes.
And reports was the third one.
That was it.
Okay. Jen, based on your question, you made a motion to approve.
Yep.
So are you still
Yes.
in that mode, just asking for the follow-up?
Yep.
Okay. So, okay. Other discussion regarding this? Great. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And then I made that
I'll
note for
follow up. Yep.
future. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next item. Can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion regarding this?
I just had a question. The backup says 81. We had budgeted 75. Are we going to have to come up with the shortfall?
So the hope is no. They kept it as close as possible to what we had put because it was a very, very approximate estimate when we were doing it in the middle of the meeting. So the money that we put for fund balance is not to exceed, and that is like includes all contingencies, and they think that we will fall below that. So we will have wiggle room in what we set aside for the implementation costs to be able to make up for it for this budget year, and then we'll just make sure for the next.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, any other questions regarding the Tyler software contract? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item E. Can I get a motion for number 1?
Make a motion to table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then the second one, please.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then item F, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
You have a second? Okay, discussion?
I had a couple, my first question was, they don't list DA as one of the schools on the participating list.
This is for the, say something, no worries.
That's correct.
She's asking why. She didn't say it, but that's my guess.
Gotcha. So traditionally, the schools have been our two middle schools and the high school. Doesn't mean that we can't change it, but that has been the traditional practice with this program. DA obviously is a much more personalized setting. Doesn't mean that it couldn't be factored in, but that's in the time that we've been contracting with this organization for the anonymous reporting system. It's been done at the middle schools and the high school.
So the Davisville Academy is an academy, not a school. So in theory, the students that are attending from the high school to DA and the middle school from DA are actually under the umbrella of their schools. So
thank you for making that.
It's like they're students at those schools, so they could utilize it
They
just
are-
like
they are-
any other
They
student.
may. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr.
No
Earl. I
worries.
appreciate
Okay.
that. That's correct.
Okay.
So
what Rob said, and it's
okay.
fine, but let's maybe make sure that the principal is aware of that.
absolutely.
Awesome.
Yep.
The other questions that I had were, they talk in here about, I just lost it, a SAVE club and student training, and I just wanted to find out whether we're utilizing that.
So yeah, so we've had conversations with reps from the company about that, and we have student clubs that exists under different names that do a lot of the same things, but we also have elements of the SAVE clubs that could incorporate into some of the existing clubs we have. In fact, the rep who I maintain contact with has talked about how most times when the SAVE clubs exist at schools, they exist within the constructs of already established clubs like student council and whatnot. They're not like their own thing. They exist within something that's already kind of established at the school, and they just incorporate some of the practices that come out of that. So that's kind of our intention. I have a call with the rep in a couple of weeks, and that's going to be one of the topics we cover, is how to ensure that student-based groups that exist currently are incorporating some of those elements.
Okay, awesome.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Then just my last thing was just confirming that this is a no-charge program, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I think it's wonderful that we continue to do this. Thank you.
I do also want to acknowledge the fact that the Sandy Hook Promise Foundation exists because of the tragedy that happened with 20 children and 6 adult staff members 2 hours away from here. So just wanted to acknowledge the fact that I think it's amazing that they have put together this foundation to try to help others, but that it, try to always remember the victims of that incident. Anything else regarding this one? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great, and that brings us to the end of consent.
Can I make a motion that we move B under reports, financial reports, followed by B under unfinished business, FY26 budget, up to the next 2 items on the agenda?
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of moving B under reports and B under unfinished business to be the next 2 items on the agenda, please say aye.
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 Okay. And so,
Can I also make a motion, can we move the addendum to the ESS Northeast agreement up since?
yes,
Megan's.
that is fine. I was gonna do that one
And I-
next, but yep, that is
Yeah,
fine.
just-
So, Sherry made a motion to move E to be the next one. Can we get
I'll
a
second that.
second on that? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so we will do those 3 next, and then we'll get back to the order that we had previously set. And so for the financial reports, those are attached to the agenda. Do we have any questions regarding the financial reports? Okay, hearing none.
No, I lied. I had to.
I almost said I'm surprised you don't, and then I was like, your thoroughness on the agendas are appreciated.
We talked about the projections. Thank you for clearing that up for me. There did not appear to be any gate receipts listed in that account for February or March, and I was just wondering why.
That is very easy to explain. Okay. So we, as you know, we moved to GoFan.
Yep.
And we are still kind of working through how we get the funds when that comes to GoFan. So they were coming in check form. And they're coming to the high school, and they have to be separated out. So the checks were coming from GoFan. They include things for student activities and things for gate receipts. So they're getting separated out at the high school, and once that's done, those payments will come to us, and we can deposit them into gate. So my staff accountant, Lisa, has been keeping track. So she has a document which I'm I could share with
No,
you.
no, that's fine. I just-
But so we have all of the information, but the money has not gone into the bank, so I can't put it on the reconciliation. But we have all of the transactions, and then once it actually gets in there, I will attach those transactions with the gate receipts, so you can see what came in when. So you can see the applicable months that everything came in.
Okay, when do we anticipate being able to deposit that?
So I think we got everything squared away because we just started getting the checks. I want to say like in this most recent quarter.
Okay.
And the high school they had separated everything out. So I would say that probably with the next school committee meeting, Lisa should have had time to be able to do all the reconciliations and get everything input.
Awesome. Thank you.
For everyone. Email it to us.
Okay. And I'm still looking at the other stuff.
Okay. Hold on. That's interesting. Hold on 1 second. Quick question on the Go fan thing. Why in heaven's name are they mailing us a check?
That we were under the impression that it was going to be direct deposited into the accounts.
Yeah.
That's how we thought it was going to be set up. That is not how it ended up.
Are they out of compliance with what they had told us when we contracted with them?
No, I think when we started using it for more than just gate receipts, it couldn't just get deposited into the gate receipt account because one's an enterprise and then some of it's student activities. And so I think that just threw some wrenches. But as soon as we started getting the checks and we realized that's what was happening, we started coming up with a fix. And then moving forward, they're going to have each of the individual accounts, and it will be direct deposited into the accounts, or ACH'd, I think.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That sounds lovely. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Any other questions regarding that? Megan, we're on the financial reports. Item B under reports.
Thank you. I was watching it all the way over.
Awesome. And then listening. I mean listening. No. Unless you're a passenger, then you were great.
I wasn't looking.
Okay. So any other questions on the financial reports? There's no action needed as it is just a report. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to FY26 budget. Can I get a motion?
Make motion to discuss.
Second. Okay. Dr. Duva, do you want to take one? The approve of the town appropriations.
Where are we? 'Cause I still-
Sorry, we are on unfinished business, FY26 budget. The item's just officially telling the school committee the approved town appropriation number. If you don't have it on the top of your head, Ms. Lima probably has it memorized.
Do you have that right there in front of you? No.
Right up.
The number that the town appropriation. Or we're looking at for the.
No, I did.
Thank you.
It's 63,789,200 is the new appropriation.
Okay, thank you. And then Leslie, can you just, since you're up, explain the last minute adjustment that the town made at the last meeting?
Sure. So in light of the fact that there was a portion of the money that the school department was requesting to the town, in light of the fact that a portion of that was based on health care rates that came in significantly higher than we had anticipated, the town thought that because this is a cost that would continue year over year, that it was in the best interest of the town and the school department to fund what that additional cost was going to be. So for the school department, and the town also had the same issue, but for the school department it was about $285,000 in addition to what was budgeted. So the town town manager made the request to the town to add that back into what our request was. So they did give us that additional $285,000 to offset the more than double percent.
So then it was a net increase of 185, correct?
175, 185. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any questions regarding the town appropriation? I just wanted to thank our town councilors and our town managers for their support, especially with that last minute curveball. I believe in that the percentage of increase that our town provided the school department was 3.84? 3.85, and so just wanted to continue to improve, thank North Kingstown for supporting education, that we're very grateful for their support. Any other questions regarding the town appropriation? Okay, we'll move on to item 2 under this agenda item. Do we have a motion for B2?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Thank you. And so in our packets, we have a document provided by the administration, knowing kind of talking through, since we approved the budget, things that have happened since then, some unanticipated costs, as well as the town appropriation, et cetera. We have a document in front of us with some proposed cuts and revisions to our FY26 budget. So I would ask at this point, any questions, comments, et cetera, to the administration or Dr. Duva, if there's anything you want to highlight on it.
No, so what we did based on the new town appropriation of what was approved last week, and looking at where we know we were still we were over budget in the area of transportation was statewide, considering that in addition to what we're expecting as far as increases in tuitions from other LEAs, we came up with what that number would be that we would need to make some additional cuts, and it was around $135,000. What we did, Leslie and I sitting and going through and talking with our admin team, we are providing areas of possible cuts, which is over that amount, but we wanted to be able to give choices to the school committee to look through what those recommendations would be, to make a decision of where those cuts would come from in the FY26 budget. And so you see that it's separated out by areas of operation. And I can go through that list. I know you have it in front of you, but I can go through each item.
No.
Okay. And then below there's other items that are around salaries, benefits, and stipend positions.
And then as far as the recommendation for making a decision today, my recommendation is potentially waiting until our next meeting if possible, because I know we have a couple things that might impact the FY26 budget. So I would defer to you on that, but that would be my recommendation, is to get some feedback from the committee today and then make that final decision at our next meeting if that's appropriate.
That's right. Yeah, I'm very interested to hear feedback from this committee regarding what we put forward as areas of possible cuts, knowing that we don't need to, we don't have to cut everything that's on this list, but we wanted to make sure that we provided enough, and we went through every line item on the budget. Some of these items that we put up there aren't necessarily items that we do want to cut, but we know that we have to make some hard decisions tonight. We tried to really limit what would directly impact our students and instruction.
I agree with Aaron. I think that we should wait, especially until after I heard that there's a Budget and Finance Committee meeting, I believe Tuesday, and other things that are going to be coming back. I think tonight all you have to do, right, is reconcile, the shortfall that we had, or the, just make up that amount.
We don't have to do anything tonight.
We don't do anything tonight,
Right.
so then,
No,
we might as well just wait. I think
what Dr. Duva is looking for, Megan, is feedback on the list as far as direction from the committee, et cetera. Is that correct, Ken?
Right, that's what I'm looking for. We gave you areas of possible cuts. What is being recommended? What would the school committee recommend as those cuts that we will need to make? And knowing that there are some other discussions that are happening right now that will impact our budget, we can wait until May 20th meeting to actually vote on this, but have a discussion tonight of what those areas, suggested areas, would be from the school committee.
And any additional information, like if people want more data on something, et cetera, like that's what we're kind of looking for today.
I was just looking for the Budget and Finance Committee recommendation first. I think, to me, that's very useful.
Okay.
So that's my opinion.
Ken, I had a question. The staffing suggestions here are different from what they were provided at the last meeting. Can you just talk me through where the thought process went there?
Sure. Dr. Duva, do you
Yeah,
want to take it?
We continue. We continue to go through the budget and really look. I mean, obviously, we want to have the least amount of impact to our students. I mean, for example, the tree service. I don't believe the tree service was on there.
No, I'm talking just about the staffing.
The staffing. Yep. So, looking down, we did make a change between last time. We had a recommendation of 3 part-time clerks. With recent changes, especially around the move of the preschool to Davisville, we know that we cut that we will be definitely making and presenting to you is part-time preschool clerk because of the school, because of the program going to Davisville. We do have a full-time clerk at DA already who can assume the responsibilities of the preschool clerks. That's a .5 position we no longer will need for next year, and that's why we made that adjustment on here regarding that. And then I believe the web coordinator certain positions, that was another one that was new from the last one.
So when we met the last time, I didn't feel comfortable putting on it because we were still researching that. So I was still with Dr. Clark and with the supervisor of IT. We were still going through to see if that was even something that was going to be possible. And since that last meeting, we have been able to, and again, there's a lot of other curriculum coordinator stipends, but we were able to identify there's at least 5,000 that hasn't been used, and they don't anticipate needing moving forward. So that's how we kind of arrived at that 5,000. And then for the web coordinators, it's the same thing as identifying like how is that going to get done if we don't have web coordinators, and what would be the actual net savings that we would have. So we didn't have that at the last meetings, but I feel comfortable putting it on there now because we've completed those discussions and that research.
Are those specific schools? Like, don't we have like certain different folks at different schools?
So we do, I think with the way that this was discussed, the high school would still maintain their individual person just because of the volume of stuff that gets put up. But based on what happens at like the elementary level and even the middle school level, that IT felt comfortable that this was something that they could take over just because of the volume of work.
So if a principal needed something changed on their website, they would email the IT department and they would make the change versus having a staff member in their building be able to do it.
So you think that too might even make more consistency between everyone?
And I think that was what they were thinking. And there's,
different?
and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. They do want to have that consistency, but I also think that now too, sometimes there's a little bit of a learning curve, and they end up, walking them through or guiding them through or doing stuff in tandem with the web coordinators at the school. So that's why I think he felt comfortable that they could, they would just continue work that they're already doing to some extent.
I'll add quickly, just to reiterate that, the streamlining of the process might be a little bit easier just going through one person.
Yeah,
Again,
that's
not to
thinking.
say, like that. Folks now are doing a great job, but the consistency with communication sometimes is tricky with more people.
Can you explain what you mean by reallocation, fourth grade teacher?
Yeah. So what we have on here is looking at, when we went through projections for next year and looking at our enrollment, we know that there is the possibility of cutting a position across fourth grade. And with that elimination of that position and then through seniority, it would change the salary of who would be in a position. And so Leslie did an estimate. It's not a full position based on someone else taking on a position somewhere, but we did an estimate of $22,000 as the savings.
So that one also involves a cut to a position. It's not just a reallocation.
Right, that would be
Okay.
a potential cut. And again, that is going to be based on our enrollment and looking at how many classrooms we need across the district.
So if this were not a budget year, right?
So I don't think it's changing the FTE. The intent,
Yeah.
at least
That's
the way
where I'm
I
going
understood
with
it, the
this.
intent was that if we didn't need that teacher, we would still keep that FTE. We would just put that, it would become a different
It's the difference.
position. And the difference, because the position that we would be looking to fill usually requires, we would be looking at a step 10, and what that we had it budgeted in. So it's the difference between the current budget and what that step 10 or and vice versa. So it would be so that's why it's only 22, and that's the salary and benefits. So it's not a tremendous savings because we're not getting rid of an FTE. We're just
regrading it.
Yes,
for lack of a better word.
exactly. Thank you.
Okay, that's my misunderstanding. I thought it was because we also have a potential cut.
No, that's why it's only 22 because it was just
Yeah, because it would have been like 80 or 90.
There may be addition, then, is what I will say. There may be additional savings because of looking at how many classrooms we need across the district for next year.
This time of year, we're later than we were when we were doing this originally. Have we looked at the retirements and seen if it was about what you were projecting, or if it might be above or under at this point? Since I would imagine we have more information about who might be retiring, et cetera.
We do. So we are right now about level to what we thought that it was going to be, and I know I don't think, since the last time we spoke, I don't think there's been any additional retirements that have come in, but it's pretty on par with the budget, and I think based on the positions that we have, I feel more comfortable that we didn't factor in a tremendous amount of breakage, because I think based on those positions, we're going to get people of the same level that are going to be filling some of those spots. We may have a little. I know we planned for about 60,000, and I still feel comfortable with that, but I don't see it being much higher at this point with what's come in.
Thank you. Other questions regarding the document in front of us?
That's all I have for today. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Moving on to, yeah. So Megan, we did move ESS, but you were faster than I thought you would be. So if you want to step out,
thank you.
that was the next one on the list. When we move things, when I have to, let's see.
Page 366.
Thank you, yeah. Sure. Okay, so the next item, can I get a motion for E?
I will make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to discuss the addendum to ESS Northeast East Agreement, which is the company that we use to contract substitutes for the district. This had been on the agenda previously, and so we were looking, I believe, for some clarification. So Dr. Deva, do you want to provide any context to this, or I can see if the committee has any additional questions?
Yep, so this is an addendum. We are looking to be able to provide substitute coverage for some of our special education itinerant positions, such as a speech pathologist, OT, physical therapist, school psychologist, in addition to social workers, school counselors. So ESS recently has working with let's say partner agency that can provide those substitutes to us.
Like
So
subcontracting.
so if there is a need for filling a position, we can. The memo that is in here from Stephanie addresses that with these type of positions that we would get some coverage for, we are not allowed to hire the person who is in that position until after a full year that they have worked with ESS. And that's different from our current contract with all the other positions we have that is in 90 days.
So, first off,
I'm confused.
yeah, first off, can we, in the addendum, designate these as itinerant so that when they roll up into the next contract, we know, like I understood that they were identified in the memo, but they're not identified in the actual addendum as itinerant. I don't see listed in the addendum that it says we cannot hire them or that we can source them. I only see it in the memo from Stephanie. It's not listed.
So
from
Stephanie,
the actual
where is that
company.
addressed from ESS?
So, like, I think what Jen's saying is she's looking for it on package page 369 on that one, which is the one that's going to go get attached to the current contract.
Correct,
and it's
because
not stated
it's
there.
separate just for these positions, and it does not state it in the addendum.
Okay, so on that addendum A, I can have them put that because these positions would be for like 6 months or a year if they placed one of these people. So I could have them put a note that we can't hire them for that whole
And are
school
we
year.
okay with that?
We can still look for these people on our own, but if we can't find somebody, it's an opportunity to maybe get
I
somebody.
only ask because that clause does not exist within the current contract, and that 90-day thing doesn't exist either. So this
these
is a
are
change.
These
Right, it's
are
a ch-
long-term, like contracted out positions.
Yep.
So if we had someone go out for 9 months, we could go to them and say we need a speech pathologist for 9 months.
But
Jen, I
these,
think
but
probably-
these positions are different than just a teacher, right?
Well, and I also heard that they're
because it's hard-
subcontracting out.
Yeah.
Because it's harder to also be able to
It's not
fill
that.
those
They're working with another
positions.
company, and I bet that's their
Well,
contingent.
that my assumption is exactly that these people are coming from another company that requires the 1 year. But
Yeah.
what I think Jen is saying, and I agree, is somewhere in the documentation we're going to sign, it does need to note
Sure.
that this is different than the current ESS
Yes.
terms. Because
Okay.
the current ESS terms do not, the 90-day provision was during the switchover. And as you clarified in your memo, the way the contract currently reads, we can hire any of the subs. So if this is
Right.
going to be different, I would suggest in that addendum that's noted specifically so we have it.
So just
contractually.
that term, and then on the top of it say that these are itinerant and these are the
In
positions?
the actual addendum
Addendum.
pricing plan, they should, like, because I believe on our actual contract, we also have social workers, we also have school counselors, we also have school colleges.
And we can hire any of them.
And we can hire any of them, so these specifically.
They don't. I don't think that they outsource those.
But we have them in our contract, so these specifically need to be tagged as
Sure.
the itinerant ones that are
Okay.
not able to be.
So they're separate. Why wouldn't we just have a whole different contract then? That no,
because it's still ESS.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
guessing,
Well, just 'cause I feel like
as
the
Dr.
addendum
Earl said,
thing, like you're
ESS
saying,
is
getting
contracting with.
confusing, and I don't want it to
Yeah.
hurt our current contract.
So would you like it to say itinerant at the top of it or after each?
After each one.
After each one.
You're on page, Jen, on the packet, page 369. Is that where you want it listed?
Page 373, whatever that is.
Hold on.
Where it says addendum A pricing plan.
So we say like speech pathologist itinerant, occupational
Just
therapist
like we do now,
itinerant.
where it's like teacher, long-term, right?
Yep.
So the same type of thing.
Okay.
There are two, and maybe I missed it. There are two asterisks.
That was going to be my next question.
on-
What are those for?
Yeah, so there's two asterisks on the physical therapist and the school psychologist on that same page of the pricing page,
Mhm.
but I couldn't find what those asterisks were referring to.
Yeah, I don't know. I can ask them.
Yeah, that would
Okay.
be helpful. Any other questions? Anything else that's in Stephanie's memo that we want to make sure is documented on the addendums? Because that's not going to be, that isn't going to go with it, just
I
to
would
Jen's
say
point. so.
bullet 2 and bullet 3 should be documented in the addendum.
Bullet number 3 is critical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else,
All of it, yeah.
that you want in there?
2 and 3. 3 is the most important one because that is a different change, different term than you currently have.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? But 4 is fine to not be.
Yeah, 4 just clarifies what
That
I had
part
thought when I
was-
originally read the
yeah.
90 days, which was that was the switch over grace period.
Okay. Any other questions regarding this?
You know how in the addendum it says like added, revised, and Exhibit A, but then it's called Addendum A. Shouldn't that be the same? Isn't that what they're referring to? Exhibit A is Addendum A, where we want to add the intern positions. The pricing plan.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Can you clarify that for
Yeah,
Stephanie,
that should
Yeah, it
say
says
Exhibit A, not
Exhibit, yep.
Addendum A pricing plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
So under under 1, if the effective date on that
Yeah.
sentence there.
Yeah, what I would do is where it says Addendum A pricing plan, position, bill rate, that document, that's just correct. That should say Exhibit A, not Addendum.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I would recommend tabling this
Yes.
because we need that I can't sign anything that's not whatever. So any other discussion before I call for that request? Anything else, Stephanie? Dr. Duba?
Okay.
Okay, so can I get a motion? Does Jen need to withdraw?
I just did a discuss.
Okay,
I'll
never mind.
make a motion to table.
Can we get a motion too?
Motion table.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, can someone get Miss Riley? Megan? She's right there. Miss me. Okay, where are we?
Special That was.
Oh, here, Ken, I'll forward my.
Can you figure out the RFP?
Yes. No, we have it all.
You sure?
Oh, we did.
Okay.
All there. It's just a different. So what was?
Do you want to circle back there?
You definitely can.
Okay.
What was?
Hold on one
provided,
second.
it's just a different
Hold
way
on.
it was pulled out.
Okay, let me just make a motion so we can get back to that agenda item. So we need to go back and make a motion for the, so under board bids and awards, can I get a motion for DMS serving line?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, and so I'll turn it over to Dr. Duba, okay?
She's out in the hall.
Trish. No. screen again.
So I'll just explain. So she has the RFP. We printed the RFP. When you go into BidNet, you can download an Excel file. That's what she did and submitted, and that's where there was a formatting issue. So what I had her do is go back into BidNet, and each vendor go in, click, and print what they. So it's all there. It just was what was provided was just a different format.
So those
And there was what was
hyperlinks
there.
were the bids.
The hyperlinks.
Well, it looked like there was
So
links,
the,
but
what,
we couldn't
right. So
find
what
it.
she right. So that was just she gave you originally. She gave you just an overview of what was on
Yep.
the dashboard,
Yep.
like who put a bid and
Yep.
what their cost was. And you go back into each one, you can then print out what they submitted. There's also a version to print it out as an Excel sheet. She did the Excel sheet, which looks a little different. But I had to go back and print out the entire bid.
So is it, where do we have that information? Sorry.
She was making copies to bring it here.
So just so that we're clear, we're about to be handed a copy of the RFP
So you make a copy of the
and each
RFP,
bid package?
and then
There's three
each
of
the
them.
bids.
There's only one of them, one of them I'm printing complete.
We're not ready. We're waiting for the printer.
So why
Well,
don't we
those
go
are
back
three
to
of, three of,
Why don't we withdraw the motion? We got plenty to do. We'll come back. No worries. Wait, man, no, somebody said it. Well, can you withdraw that?
Well, I withdraw my motion to
Okay,
discuss.
thank you. We'll go back to that.
It's just the same thing that was given.
I
It's
know.
not different.
What, can you pass it to me, please?
Okay. So we are now under.
To go where we're on special reports.
Yeah. So the only thing that we didn't do, Magdalene, is the DMS.
Yeah.
Serving line. Everything else has been accomplished up to the reports.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. So under special reports, we have personnel. Does anyone have any questions regarding that?
Nothing additional to what I already listed.
Okay, any other comments from the committee? Okay, hearing none, we've already done B under reports, and so we'll move on to C. And so those are our subcommittee reports, budget and finances first. You wanna make it not first?
We actually haven't had a meeting since the last report.
No, we haven't.
We haven't.
Cool, great. One last thing. Next. DI? Jen, DI?
Yep, DEI Advisory Committee last met on April 23rd. We discussed the fiscal year 2026 budget and the
Just wanna
next steps
step.
after the town council approval. Sally Davidson gave an update on the March professional development and what next steps are for continuing education in that area. We talked about the plans for the rollout of the equity vision statement within the internal school community and ways to ensure that all students are included in the messaging. The committee was informed that the agenda item regarding the survey had to be tabled due to time by the school committee at the last meeting, and that would be on the agenda again on May 6th. We also continued the discussion around a potential review/audit of the district's accessibility, and we'll seek additional input from CLAC on areas to be considered. Our next meeting is scheduled for May 21st at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding the DEI advisory committee report? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to building.
The last time the building subcommittee met, or advisory committee, sorry to use the wrong term, was Thursday, April 24th. We had a discussion of the different type of construction delivery methods of how we can approach the building. That was given to us, the kind of pros and cons of both of those. We had a status hearing of the stage 2 feedback and what was left to be submitted and provided to RIDE. And then we were also, Perkins Eastman gave us a revised middle school design and cost options, and the building advisory committee looked at those options and made a recommendation on which one that we should go, and I think we'll talk about that later on, so I won't go into that too much. And then our next meeting is actually tomorrow. That is at 6 o'clock tomorrow to look at the bids for OPM and architects for the CIP projects.
Great, thank you. Any questions regarding the building advisory committee meeting? Or anything to add? Nope. Okay, next, school redistricting start time and transportation advisory committee.
You want to do it? You want me to do it?
Here you go.
Okay. So at our last meeting, we went through looked at enrollment projections and made suggestions of a recommendation that will be presented tonight. So I'll just wait to go through that. And we decided that at our May 14th meeting, at that point, we will generate the long-term plans of the committee to make further recommendations to the school committee by next December.
Any questions regarding the advisory committee report? Okay, policy?
The Policy Advisory Committee last met on April 28th. We had several policies on our agenda that are part of RIDE's annual health review. After review, we're proposing revisions to our HIV infection, sun safety, and transgender and non-binary student policies, and they're on our agenda this evening. We also addressed the suicide prevention policy, but want to get additional input from administrators and mental health staff before reviewing. The Health and Wellness Advisory Committee has provided input on the tobacco and school property policy, and we will be reviewing those recommendations at a future meeting. We also began discussion on a new policy for the district on student surveys. Our next meeting is scheduled for May 12th at 4:30.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the Policy Advisory Committee? Okay, we'll move on to CLAC. So CLAC had a very productive meeting at their last meeting. They discussed a variety of things, including concerns regarding federal funding. Some of our administrators had gone to a CASE conference, which is the Council of Administrators of Special Education. That might not quite be right, but you get the gist. And so they talked about, concerns that were shared at that conference regarding potential impacts to special education funding at the federal level. We had an update regarding the pre-K move and some discussion regarding how the district will have to resubmit their Bright Star application because of the location change, and so that process will happen prior to us opening or moving in the fall. There was also some CLAC parent feedback regarding the importance of having an inclusive playground, and I had directed them to send any suggestions to Dr. Duba regarding that, so that it could get sent over to the director of facilities. As we're planning that, they were definitely wanted to make sure that there were some specific things heard, especially with the type of preschool that we run, et cetera. And then they also talked about recommendations on how to roll out the equity vision statement and survey distribution to make sure that it is inclusive of all students in the district. Some suggestions were doing visuals of the language and working with the teachers to make sure that all students have opportunities to participate and things like that when we're trying to increase students' voice. They also made suggestions of the district hosting a resource fair and talked about that a bit. And then some of the leaders from the group went to something that's called the Sean Dinner, which is, I think, CLAC groups. They kind of host a dinner where they bring all the different CLAC leaders in the state together, and also talked about resources that RIPIN has, which is RIPIN. There's a good listserv that they wanted to make sure got mentioned in this report out. And then their next meeting, they will have a speaker from, it's CADD? Is it CAD? Okay. They'll have a speaker from CAD coming to talk about resources that are available for students in the district. So they had a very productive meeting, and that is their report. Any questions? Okay, and then moving on to health and wellness.
Okay, we've had actually 2 meetings. We're forwarding the JICH policy to the Policy Advisory Committee. I will include comments on this, but I wanted to ask you a question. Can I have someone from the committee go to speak?
Just
Not
for the
me, but
yeah, just for the report outs, it has to be just what happened at those meetings. So we can definitely, Sherry, feel free to send that to me later.
I will. And then at the March 26th meeting, we had a presentation on the Get the Foam Out grant, and things are progressing well through the district. We actually were on TV. Everyone saw that little clip. They went to Forest Park and talked all about it, which was really nice. And by May 19th, all of the schools will be participating in the student compost and recycling program. We also discussed goals for the subcommittee, and one of the first ones we wanted to focus on was vaping prevention. So on our meeting on April 30th, we had the North Kingstown Prevention Coalition come, and they gave a lot of good direction and information, and so I think at our next meeting, which is May 14th, we'll have some direction on our next steps for that.
Thank you. Any questions regarding that? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to unfinished business. Thank you to all our community members, teachers, administrators that serve on our advisory committees. Item A, can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay, and so Dr. Dubois, I'll turn this one over to you.
So as we are all aware, our Stage 2 addendum is due to Department of Education tomorrow. It was due to them. They were expecting it yesterday, but we did ask for an extension just so we didn't have to reschedule any school committee meetings, which they granted. So we are going to, we had shared a link with everyone regarding that Stage 2. It was still in, I'm saying draft because items were being put in there. After tonight, I will get that final Stage 2 of what we're submitting tomorrow. We had some letters that have to get signed after tonight, and we will post that so it's public for everyone to be able to review. But until we had everything finalized, I was waiting. But you had access to review that. We are going to provide you an update of where we are with that, as well as an update to the committee regarding the middle school design that the Building Advisory Committee approved at its last meeting that will be submitted tomorrow to RIDE. We took into all of the considerations and recommendations that they gave us, especially with the middle school and changing the design, making it more compact, putting on a third level, reducing the cost. So I think we have a lot of great news to share of the work that we really worked on, and I want to thank Dr. Ziesman and Jacobs on working on that piece, and also to thank Rouse, who is our architect right now for the CIPs, of getting all of their documents together and put together. So we have a very short presentation to go through everything for you to review before you put your final stamp on that for us to submit tomorrow.
So Ken, just to clarify, the recommendation from the Building Advisory Committee is resulted in what we are seeing. So they considered all of the things, and this is their official recommendation.
We're actually going to go through that in this presentation for you, so that way you understand what was changed, looking at the layout of the building and all of that. So.
And then just one other clarifying question. I see that we got the slide deck via email. Is it also attached to the agenda for the public to be able to see, or on the website somewhere?
It's in the agenda packet for sure.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
And all of that will get put
on the website. Yeah. All right, perfect. Okay.
So Inga Knox is here from Jacobs, and Mark McCarthy from Perkins Eastman, and we have Jim Partridge and Derek Eastman from Reps.
Hi. Alright, so I think, good evening everyone. So I think we'll start with sort of the overview. So let's just go to slide 2. So we'll start with the overview of what the addendum submission will be for in terms of financials, in terms of the total, because the bottom line has changed a little bit. And sort of like the details on Wickford Middle and the CIP totals, and then I can touch on how we came up with some of the eligible and ineligible costs, and then I'll turn it over to Perkins Eastman, to Mark, to go over the sort of like the changes and the modifications that happened and the cost details that happened to the Wickford Middle School. So just to, I guess because I need to talk to the microphone, right? Yeah. So I can't, okay.
It's not a great system.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we went through Wright's comments. We went through a few reiterations of what the middle school building will look like. We took basically every comment that Wright had provided us with into consideration, relative to how the cost estimate was structured, relative to the budget, relative to the design, the construction delivery methods, and whatnot. So, and the team was able to reduce the cost of Wickford Middle School down to $68,960,000 from $77 million. So on this on the graphic, you can see the total is 68, and it was reduced from 77. As presented at the last school building committee, the eligible value for reimbursement is 49 million, just over a little over 49 million, and then potentially ineligible is the difference, which is around 19. Now these values are estimated. I'll go through the next slide as how we came up with these values, but those are estimated, and that the final values will not be available to us until RIDE actually reviews the entire submission and certain justifications for what in the submission. I do have to say that some of the allowances that may work to our favor, like the special education spaces and the extra allowances for that, are not incorporated in these calculations, because what I did is I was more on I basically went with the conservative approach, because in conversations with RIDE, they need to see what we're submitted on, what we're narrated. So I think it's better to go with like the basic calculation, and then whatever they give us back, it will only help, hopefully. And in this case, it should get better than worse. So what we did is we were able to apply sort of like the savings for Wickford Middle School to the CIP projects. So previously, if you remember, there was 60 million in the bond, and there was also 4 million of supposed like projects that we could do if funds become available. So those projects are now in the bond, and then there's a little bit more to it. So now the CIP projects that we have in the submission, it totaled 68,240, so that equals 137,2, which is the bond value. And then there is like an additional, we call it like the secondary fund projects for CIPs, which is 11 million that we can justify. Nothing from those projects have been changed. These are the same projects that have been in the submission all along. It's just how we are showing how they're going to be funded. So more projects obviously are going to be funded through the bond, because the lower Wickford Middle School cost is, the more you can do with CIPs. And is there any and then the reimbursement. So I included the reimbursement notes just under each sort of eligible cost. So for Wickford Middle School, we're looking at 35 base plus possibly 4 extra bonus points for like the net zero and the water and energy efficiency bonus. And then for the CIP projects, it's 35% base. Some of those projects will also qualify for additional 5%, and that is for safety and security. In that case, the project has to be 75% allocated towards that concept of safety and security. So it's like a case-by-case basis. So not every project will qualify. So the total for this submission is 148,292,723, and that includes the 2 gyms that we were previously looking at, as well as all the other CIPs. Is there any questions? Yeah.
The 4 million that got moved out of the like secondary funds into the bond, what projects do those 4 million represent?
Those were the building management systems for all of the schools that were updated ready to EC on.
Just those?
It was that, and I want to say it was the gym divider at DMS.
Can we get a list of that?
Yep, we previously gave it. If we go back in.
Well, we approved 16 million. I'm wondering like which 4 got shifted.
Yep. So the original 4 million that we had outlined in the CIP, which was the building management and
the very first.
Yep.
Gotcha.
That's
Okay.
the 4.
Okay.
Chris, anything you want to add there? Chris,
I'm sorry?
Anything you want to add there?
No.
So you were getting excited for the microphone. Okay, awesome. Okay, anything else question-wise regarding this one? One of the questions that at the town council meeting, I don't know, Ken, if you were able to get this question, they were curious about, like, on average, how much of a project like this would be not eligible. Like, they wanted to see if we were
Yeah,
consistent with
what
that.
they had asked for was and I have I'm in correspondence with Dr. Carano on that. What Mr. Mancini would ask for was what are all of the other districts receiving for eligibility? How many of them are at 100%, close to 100%?
Yep. So we have not gotten that answer yet, but okay. Any other questions on this one? Yeah, let's go to the next slide.
Okay, so the next slide is just to show the calculation of how we come up with the basic ineligible cost for Wickford Middle School. And just to go back, currently we're assuming all CIP projects are eligible, 100% eligible. So this applies only to Wickford Middle School, new construction. So for 400 students, RIDE basically has a guideline that they assume, in calculation, they assume 190 square feet per student. So this is how big your building would be. So 400 times 190 is 76,000 square feet. So that is what they base the cost per square foot on. So 76,000 square feet. Currently, at the present time, the cost per square foot for construction only, which is your soft costs and your hard costs, which is the construction cost plus the 20% soft cost, which is the fees for consultants, and some contingencies. That is basically 76,000 times 592, right? So that is how we come up with the 44,992,000. So 44,000,009. That 592 cost dollars per square foot may change at the time of approval, because yearly the council does increase cost per square foot calculation based on inflation and some other factors. We don't know what it is right now. There is no information. So at present time, we are assuming what is there currently. If it changes, it only goes up, so it actually only helps this cause, and the total eligible cost goes up, so the ineligible costs go down. In addition to that, there are other costs, and the other costs are things like FF&E, which I put it in a footnote, but stands for fixtures, furniture, and equipment. Basically, when you take the building, turn it upside down, whatever falls into the FF&E category. That is an allowance of $2,100 per student, so $2,100 per student. Plus, there is an allowance of technology, which is $3,000 per student. So the $2,040,000 is that total. Then in other costs, there is also an allowance for demolition and an allowance for site remediation. RIDE will participate in up to $1 million in site remediation costs, and they participate in demolition, which is they assume about $16 a square foot. That is excluded from the hard cost, from 44.9. That's how they calculate the eligibility. They have a worksheet that's kind of pre-filled, so once we put certain numbers in, it just populates itself. So that's what we put in the submission. So once you add all of these values up, you come up with $49,248,000. That is what the basic calculation for the total that RIDE participates in for the building of the size. In general speaking, if the building has higher enrollment, that eligible value kind of becomes higher. That is why I think a lot of times you see better, like better eligibility for larger enrollments, and that's what we've been kind of talking this whole time. So that is where we came up with this basic eligibility value. Anything above that is ineligible. So RIDE will reimburse the 35 to 39% based on this value. It might change though. So for example, for special needs, special education, special education spaces, we may get another 1,000 square feet, so the eligible square footage will become 77 instead of 76, adding about $500,000 to the eligible costs. But we just don't know. Any questions?
Okay. Hearing no questions, next slide.
Okay, so I'll turn it over to Mark.
Hi, I will be brief but happy to answer any questions. This is just an early concept view of the three-story option. So we've heard a lot about it. We've went to 3 stories, compacted the building, resulted in a certain amount of savings on footings and so forth, and I'll go through that a little bit. If we could go to the next slide. So I'll just go through where we're at. And first, I just want to say one of the things that we didn't take out was we didn't reduce any of the essential program. We kept the net zero. We kept all the fields and site improvements. So the other things that we looked at, as Inga talked a little bit about, the updated demographic study showed what we were kind of rounding up to about 900 middle school students if we projected out even beyond the 5-year mark. So we went back to the 400 student enrollment at Wickford Middle School. We talked about that the 3-story compact footprint saves money on footings and roof and so forth. We also simplified the exterior. If for any of those folks who have been involved in some of those conversations, the exterior wall is one of the most expensive things about a design, and so if we can reduce the complexity there, that saves money. We did do one thing, which is we had a fitness center. So the fitness center isn't essential to the program. The physical education program can be supported with the gym and the other spaces. So we did reduce the building by the area of the fitness center, and we also reduced the number of breakout spaces. We still have a breakout space per grade. We had a couple of other ones in the other design, but given the budget concerns, we thought that was someplace that we could look to.
Just clarify,
yeah.
You're saying fitness center, but it was a fitness room.
It was a
another
room
they
yeah.
could use for exercising, yoga, maybe for health or other purposes.
Right, but as far as we can, there's enough classrooms to support the health program and things like that. Right,
So
exactly.
we lost the class that we would have taught health in. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, not
correctly?
necessarily. No, it was
There-
an additional space.
Yeah.
That could be used for anything. So no, not specific for health.
Okay.
Right. With scheduling, I think there's plenty of places that would be available to host the health program. Just we don't want to necessarily do that in the gym. The other adjustments that we took advantage of was something that RIDE had suggested. We looked at alternate delivery methods. So we had originally had CM at risk, which has benefits, but it's also probably the highest cost. So we worked with our cost estimator to look at a GC procurement, and that had roughly about a $3 million savings. We also, which Inga alluded to, the FF&E budget. So there's an FF&E budget, which is kind of a different bucket than the construction. So that was another recommendation from RIDE, was to shift some costs that we had carried in construction into FF&E. So we have a list there of some of the technology, marker boards, other things that don't technically fall down when you turn the building upside down, so they can be carried in the FF&E or in the construction budget. So we shifted that to FF&E. There was some changing of contingency. We reduced the contingency in the construction budget, but we kept contingency below the line in soft cost because GC procurement means there's sort of there's a little bit more risk for change order, so you want to carry a little bit more contingency there. So those are the strategies that we use to get down to the $68.9 million. If we go through the next slide just to show the floor plan, so this is the 3-floor option. So basically there's a 3-story classroom bar, and then we have the gym, the cafeteria spaces, which is the sort of the square to the left-hand side here, to the east on the site, just because we don't want to build over gyms and stuff that would incur costs to transfer the structure. It's a fairly straightforward design. On the first floor, the green area is the administrative area. Yellow are the unified arts. So gym, art, and music are on the first floor. As we go to the second floor, the yellow area are the library, the media center, computer, makerspace, and I'm forgetting the other makerspace, computer, robotics. And then the 6th grade is on the second floor. 7th and 8th grade is on the third floor. Next slide.
What's over music again?
Excuse me?
What's over the music? I remember you reinforced
the 6th grade
that
classrooms, yeah.
classrooms.
We do that. I mean, there'll be some attention to the detailing of the slab and so forth to make sure that's not acoustically transferring the sound. Yeah.
Fine, thank you.
And then just to give an example of how that works out on the site, I think the other thing which we've started to capture in savings is there's a lot more green space, which is a good thing, but less developed site. So that also resulted in some site cost savings. And you can it's hard to read probably on the screen, but there is an outline of the original design for the middle school. So it's quite a bit more compact. So I'm happy to
So to be completely
take
reduce
questions.
any of the outside learning spaces?
We could, absolutely.
No, did you? Wasn't there
there was, and I believe, I'm not sure we had that, or whether we have that as an alternate to develop the outside space, but given the budget concerns, we're trying to be as conservative as we could.
Yep.
I believe it's an alternate.
It's an alternate, right, to do so the space is there, it's to sort of landscape design to develop that as an outdoor learning
Can you
classroom.
remind me what the last approved design, what the square footage was?
I want to say it's 77
It was
plus.
77, so a little over 77 thousand
Yeah.
square feet.
It was, hold on right here, so 77,717.
Hmm.
And we have it down to 76,173.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the committee?
Mark, you mentioned a robotics room.
Yes.
Now, are you just talking a space where they could set up robotics, or is it going to be specifically geared with the technology needed? And in other words, how much detail is going to be there? And I only ask because DMS does not have a robotics team, so I'm just wondering.
Right, we haven't really gotten into that detail. I mean,
Right,
stage
and
3, we'd have user group meetings and find out, okay, what goes in that room, and each of those things. But there is a dedicated classroom-sized space for robotics.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Josh, do you have anything else that you want us to, do we have?
So you also have a memo that was attached, which was a summary of what we had completed and changed, and that's being provided to RIDE, which goes over the reassessment of design and cost estimates, the enrollment projections and reimbursement, discussion of pre-K wing and special education program considerations. That was something they asked us to look at. The reallocation of the funds from the new Whitford to the CIP projects, in addition to the construction and delivery method for the middle school. And then we also talk about the project options and the budget decision for the school to make those changes.
What page on the agenda is that, y'all?
341. And then as far as the CIP and where we stand with that, just mention kind of where we are with everything that we've submitted so far. Just provide an update of what was between the design, the drawings and the designs that were requested for all of the CIPs.
Do you want to?
Yeah, just as what we had to submit back to RIDE, which was part of that.
Were there any
stage
changes from what we had approved?
No real changes. We just developed.
We just need you to speak to the microphone.
So, good evening, everybody. There really were no changes per se. We're just we're developing the documents that we had preliminarily put together in a little bit more detail to allow RIDE to review the proposed projects, SIP projects that we developed, including the gymnasiums for the David Fishing Cove in the Forest Park. Sorry, it's been a long day. And we are also putting a little bit more detail relative to the documents that kind of go in hand with the actual drawings that we put together. So it gives it a narrative relative to what's encompassed in every single one of the drawings. Again, more for RIDE's benefit than it is for anybody else's benefit. So they get a clear understanding of sort of what's involved with each one of the projects.
Any questions regarding that?
I was just saying, we had to submit the structural engineering certificates for the buildings that
Right.
have
We have
replacements.
basically a structural letter, but it also includes a report that basically summarizes what they found when they did their walkthrough for each one of the buildings to make sure that it's safe and sound for the intended projects that we're going to be imposing on each one of the buildings itself. So that's all part of the package that we're going to be putting together and submitting to RIDE for tomorrow.
And then we have a project summary sheet for each of the buildings as well.
Yeah. Project summary sheet that goes with the drawings for each one of the projects for each one of the schools.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the committee regarding that? Okay, and so
Thank you.
Thank you.
as far as how would you like us to word the motion?
Yeah, so we're just looking at, that you're approving the stage 2 addendum submission that is due to RIDE on May 7th.
Is that?
I'll make a motion to approve the stage 2 addendum as due to RIDE on May 7th, as presented here.
Can we put amendment at addendum 3 in the approval? Because we're approving on the addendum 3.
Sure.
Addendum 3.
Addendum 3.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the stage 2 addendum 3.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I just want to thank all the people who took all the time within the building and all the experts and everything. I know this has been a painful process, but thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank Inga for filling out that document for us that really outlines like the different comparisons. I think that was super helpful in getting to the place where we were able to compare apples to apples. So thank you. Anything else? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item. Can I get a motion for item C?
Motion to discuss?
Second.
Dr. Dupa?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So submitted in the packet is a summary of the work that was done thus far by the Redistricting School Start Time and Transportation Advisory Committee regarding a redistricting plan for the 25-26 school year. In this summary, I detailed the variables that the committee considered in making decisions, the current transportation fleet, a review of our current enrollment and projections, as well as the scenarios and possible alternative plans that were reviewed by the committee, and the final recommendation. It's all in here. I can go through each item if you want me to, or I can just kind of give you kind of high level.
High level would be good, and then if the committee has any specific questions, we can hit those.
So we discussed 7 different either redistricting scenarios or alternative scenarios to look at for next year. We spent a lot of time looking at the movement of neighborhoods from Hamilton Elementary School to the Fishing Cove School to reduce overage as well as capacity at that building, and the movement of one of the neighborhoods from Fishing Cove to Quinnesset. The overall goal of this committee is to really look at a balance of how our students are assigned to schools, and looking at the utilization and how we can better utilize all of our elementary schools in the district. We received a lot of feedback from families that were being impacted or may not have been being impacted by the discussions that we had around redistricting. We listened to concerns they had about decisions being made now for next year. So we considered what was said, and the recommendation that we put forward to the redistricting committee that was approved by them to bring forward to the school committee is to not do any redistricting for the 25-26 school year. However, I presented a plan of how we would accommodate for the overages that we do have and what it would look like for next year, and I have that I'll put up on the screen to go over. It's important we spend some time looking at that so you understand what we're doing, and to have this committee continue looking at the entire district, which is the long-term plan, of how we can resolve issues that we have in all of the schools that are either close to capacity or over capacity, to one, be able to provide some more classroom space within the building for educational programming, to alleviate some of the capacity issues and concerns that we have in the buildings, and to better utilize some of our other schools, specifically Quinnesset Elementary School, which is underutilized. And when we talk about utilization of the school, we do have capacities that are set for the schools, but we also have to be aware and acknowledge that some of our schools have specific educational programs in them that don't equal to what our class capacities are of regular education programs. So when we look at those capacity numbers and we compare it to the total enrollment of the schools, one may say, well, the school's underutilized. But when you really look at the school and you look at a map of the school and have a better understanding of the programs that are in there, you realize that you might be under capacity based on the numbers for the aspirational capacity. But when you look at your LEA capacity, which is what we are setting for the capacity based on our contract capacity, class caps for each grade level at the elementary level, and also educational programs such as special education programs that we are putting in the schools that are typically capped at 10 students in a program, you'll see that those numbers are under. And that's okay, but our rooms are being used. So when you look at the capacity of the building, the rooms are being used and you can't put any other programming in those rooms. So it's really important to know that difference and have that understanding when we do this. And when we look at Quinnesset's capacity, we actually can look at how more students could be at that school. We also want to consider that's a Title I school, so you want to really look at the demographics, which is something we've been looking at and considering as well. When we look at populations of students, so that way we don't impact our Title I funding, which could then negatively impact resources that we're getting for the schools. So all that is being considered and looked at when we make these decisions. So the committee, the advisory committee, will be making long-term recommendations based on redistricting and looking at all of the schools by December. And I recommended that deadline to the committee because we want to have those decisions prior to budget, because there may be budget impacts depending on how many classrooms we need at a building or not need. We want to have that information by December. It also gives us more time to be looking at school start times and transportation. I think, and it's not just me, but the committee agreed that we really should resolve the redistricting issue first, then get into the school start times. And transportation kind of falls in with that, right? So as we look at redistricting, we look at school start times, we have to look at the efficiencies around transportation, what those routes are going to look like, because you're making these changes within redistricting, how to be more efficient, but also look at our transportation. I have in here what our transportation fleet is of how many buses we have, because in order to change our school start times, we also have to be very considerate of how many school buses we have in order to do that. If we want to, for example, change the high school start time to be later, and all 5 of our elementary schools start at the same time, we have to make sure we have enough buses to do so. So all of that will be, reviewed as well as we go through this process for further recommendations as well. So that was part of the recommendation. Second is not to be making the changes, and that when we do placement for this upcoming school year, and this is what's specified on page 5 of the report I gave you, but page 351 in our packet, we made the recommendation that all students will remain at their home school except for the current 4th graders that are not in their home school that will become 5th graders for next year. We will consider if there's space for the siblings, but again, that is a consideration based on class caps at each grade level. And there aren't many siblings. It's a very small number for us to be able to look at and see how we can accommodate. So it leaves everyone at their home school. It also looks at all of the voluntary requests that we have received, and there's no guarantee that those voluntary requests will be accepted, because when we start moving students out of their home school to another school, we're actually creating some of those capacity issues. And we have lines drawn for a specific reason of keeping students in their home school. So I will look at that and on an individual basis make those decisions. But for the most part, we're looking at keeping everyone at their home school. Unless there's an educational reason, because of educational programming, they need to be at a different school. The 5th grade would stay, 5th graders stay in their current school. Preschool programs, as we know, are moved to Davisville Academy for next year, and that opened up 5 classrooms at Fishing Cove. Those classrooms will be used for the Positive Pathways programs that we have, one for K Positive Pathways, another one for the grades 1 through 2, and then the 3, 4, 5. So that's 3 of our 5 classrooms. We're also going to add an additional kindergarten classroom at Fishing Cove to accommodate for the overages. Actually, Andrew, if you can put that spreadsheet up there, that'd be helpful. Because of the overages that we have, we're going to put another classroom. So the first sheet that's up here, that right here is looking at our enrollment. I want to make everyone aware, these numbers change on a daily basis. These are the numbers that were presented to the redistricting committee last week. Since then, obviously registrations have come in and these numbers have been updated, but I wanted to use the same spreadsheet that we use for redistricting. So anything where there's purple, those are overages in schools. And that's currently what we look at. So right now at Fishing Cove, we have 2 kindergarten classrooms, and we have an overage there. So that's okay. We have 2 5th grade classrooms at Fishing Cove. We have an overage there. When we look at Forest Park, we don't have any overages, but what I want to point out is that the 2nd grade class, that's a bubble class, because right now, currently at Forest Park, we have 3 first grades. We're going to watch that number for 2nd grade, because we may not need 3 seconds at Forest Park next year, based on that number. And when we look at Hamilton, we have currently 3 kindergarten classrooms, and we have an overage there of, that's 12, I don't have that in front of me, but of 12 students. We don't have any other physical classroom space at Hamilton to add another kindergarten. That's part of the problem we have. We're actually using a space that when Hamilton was built and designed, a space that was not built for a classroom, a regular education classroom, that is being used right now for a grade 1 classroom and shared by a reading specialist. So it's also not just an enrollment challenge that we have at Hamilton, it's also how many classroom spaces and what spaces we have that can be used as classrooms. So we can't add another classroom there. But we have we have additional 12 students as of last week. And then you can also see at Hamilton, we have bubble classes this current year. What that bubble means is like we have classes that are changing. So we currently have 4 grade 1s at Hamilton. Next year we'll have 3 grade 1s, but 4 grade 2s. And the same with 3rd grade. Right now 4 grade 3s, but next year we'll have 3 grade 3s and 4 grade 4s with that movement. At Quinnesset, You can see at Quinnesset, there are 2 of each grade level at Quinnesset, and we have plenty of seats in each of those grades across the board at Quinnesset. So there's no concerns with overages at Quinnesset. And if you can slide down, please. At Stony Lane, we currently have 5 kindergarten classrooms at Stony Lane, and we had added classes because of overages at Hamilton and other schools, and we had to involuntary transfer students there. Currently, with the enrollment of kindergarten students at Stony Lane, if you look at that number, we may only need 3 K classrooms at Stony Lane, but we're still waiting on registrations to come in, and we're not close to what we're projecting, so we're watching that scenario. But the recommendation that I'm making is we're moving K classroom out of Stony to Fishing Cove to help with the overage. Also, the grade 1 is close, so any of the oranges are close to capacity right now. And then the grade 4 we're really watching that. We may not need that additional grade 4 at Stony Lane based on the numbers. So we're watching those numbers to see with registrations coming in if we have to make any changes. So those are kind of the problem areas that we have. If we go down to the next one, this is the recommendation for next year. So at Fishing Cove, we're going to add an additional K class. It's 3 kindergarten classrooms. And with that, we're moving the overage of students at Hamilton to Fishing Cove. It was recommended by the advisory committee to split those students between Fishing Cove and Stony Lane. So that way we're not capping out Fishing Cove, still have some space at Fishing Cove, but also take advantage of the additional space we have at Stony Lane. So I'm still looking at that. I didn't put that up here tonight, but that is a possibility that when we look at how many students that we have at Hamilton in kindergarten that we have to involuntarily transfer, I may be splitting them between Fishing Cove and Stony Lane, so we're not overcapping one school and not the other. So that may be happening with that.
So Ken, just to clarify,
yes.
What did the advisory committee vote on?
This right here.
But what did they actually, like, did they make a motion and actually vote and approve a document?
So what, they didn't approve a document. What
I'm looking at the recommendation on page, packet page 359, and there were 4 bullets. Is that what they voted on?
So what they voted on is that with the consideration of where we place the 12 students from Fishing Cove to consider splitting them between Fishing Cove and Stony Lane.
But
again,
that's not.
I didn't see that in here. But that's also not a decision that needs to be made by the advisory committee. That is a decision that we can make of when we have to transfer students, right? Every year we're involuntarily transferring students. That is not a decision that needs to come from the advisory committee or school committee of where we place them. We have to make that every year. If we have an overage in a school, we're looking to see where that space is. But what they approved is that we're not making any redistricting moves for next year. We're going to keep everyone in their home school except for the 5th grade students stay in their current school, and we have to add a additional K class at Fishing Cove to help with the overage of Hamilton. But we have the right as the district to make a decision of where we place students. And once Fishing Cove is capped, we then have to place them somewhere else. We don't need to go back to the advisory committee to ask them, where do we move those students?
I know the advisory committee's advisory,
right.
But I just wanted to be really clear on what we are being asked to consider, if anything. Like, so it says recommendation, it doesn't.
Yep. So the recommendation that what is on that page, that is what you are to consider as the recommendation.
Right.
Mainly, we are not doing redistricting for next year, and we'll come back in December with a decision on the long-term plans, and that's bullet number 2.
Understood. Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of give you an overview of where we are, so that way you know that in a few months, if I come back and say, well, looking at the changes, here's where we're adding classrooms in the district, I want you to be aware that that's still a work in progress, because we may have to make a shift of adding a classroom somewhere or adjusting a classroom, which is something that happens every year.
And the potential K266, it's not like you have 266.
We don't have just that's a potential,
estimate.
Right? We don't have that right now. That's what I'm saying. There's potential of a K getting cut.
Okay.
If we don't reach that.
Questions from the committee?
I have a couple. I am questioning why that class would go to Fishing Cove and not Stony? Fishing Cove is like, can you just move people out of there and make space? Why would we put another class in there?
Because when we looked at when you look at Fishing Cove, there's also an overage at Fishing Cove as well with how many students, and we have a special education program there, and I need to make sure that we have space for those special education students in that K program.
You lost me.
So-
So I'm talking about the 12 kids.
The 12 kids at Hamilton.
Why would you put them at Fishing Cove?
Because
and
we
not
have
at Stony?
because we also have when you go to the can you go back to the first sheet?
There's an overage for kindergarten.
There's an overage for kindergarten at Fishing Cove.
Yep.
So those
And we
two
also
combined.
have a special education program at Fishing Cove for K, and I need to make sure we have enough space for that program. So, and I don't want to have to move students out of Fishing Cove because of that program. So it makes sense to have the program at Fishing Cove and have the additional K class at Fishing Cove to accommodate for the overages of kids that are assigned to Fishing Cove, and then the students from Hamilton are.
So you're saying
Also signed.
you're adding a K to Fishing Cove, but it's not going to be at max. But you need to add one.
Well, it could become at max. We're holding spaces, right, because we have a special education program there. So you have to make sure that you have space in your K classroom for the students that are going into the special education program, because that special education program is projected to have 8 students. They also have to be integrated in your regular K class. We have to hold spots in that K class because they're counted in there of the class numbers. So we have to have a third K. It's not a choice. We have to have that there.
And then just to clarify too, when someone is at a not their home school, every year they have to ask, right? It's not
right. When
once
you
got
put in a voluntary request and it's clear, it's in the policy.
It's just for 1 year.
It's for 1 year,
Okay.
and you have to request again. And there's no guarantee that that it's going to be accepted.
Do we have so what data did the advisory committee look at to make that recommendation that they all need to go back to their home schools, and what impact will that have on the different schools?
Yep. So we had that. We reviewed it at previous meetings. We had other scenarios that we were looking at as well. It's just that once we start moving everyone, right, it does then create other students that are going. If we're trying to really look at using the home schools and where students are supposed to go,
Yep. So how many students will be impacted by that decision?
I'd have to go back and look at how many requests we have. I don't have that in front of me right now.
So,
But again, we had this conversation and discussed this, that it'll be looked at as on a one-to-one basis
Yep.
of those requests, which are every year. Every year you have to look at that and make that
Yep.
decision of, are they going to be able to be transferred or not transferred over to the other school?
Mhm.
But we also need to consider that we're looking at making decisions, long-term decisions, that of redistricting. So why are we going to continue, I'm just going to put that there, of allowing students to instead of being at their home school, go into another school, when we're really trying to look at long-term for redistricting of where boundary lines need to be and where students need to be.
yeah, I'm here for the long term. You know, that is my goal, is a long term strategy on this. What I am concerned about is saying to a student, you're in 2nd grade, you've been at Fishing Cove for 2-3 years on a voluntary transfer. You have to go back to your home school, and then with the rationale of like, why? Because we're trying to get people back to their home schools.
And we're also trying to make sure that
I'm worried about their
we also
adjustment.
don't hit capacity.
Well, if it's a capacity issue, that is a very reasonable reason to tell
So
them
then-
they need to
so
go back
then
to
my
those.
question to
Let me
the
finish
school
for a
committee.
second. So what I was saying is, if it's a capacity issue, of course we can't do that. But if it's not a capacity issue, I am concerned about sending students away from their friends, their teachers, their networks, etc., if there isn't a capacity issue, if they're already at that school. If we want to stop approving those for new students that are requesting those on your discretion, I'm comfortable with that, but I'm not comfortable saying no just on principle with
So then
students who
why-
have already been voluntary
So then
transferred.
why do we have a school committee policy that says this has to be year to year based on
Because
superintendent?
capacities.
Okay, but we're also looking at trying to look at how we're going to redistrict, and
I'm worried about the students though.
I understand.
Just like,
But it goes back into, then why are we going to redistrict? Because when we redistrict, we're moving kids away from the friends that they're with.
yeah.
So it kind
I
of
think I've been pretty
contradicts what
transparent
we're-
that I was hoping for a phased approach where we weren't impacting the students that were currently there, but that we started phasing in. Like, you don't go, like, if your neighborhood is districted for Forest Park, we start transitioning that with new students, not with the existing ones.
Can I just say
definitely said
something?
that.
It is a capacity issue, right?
What
It's a capacity issue.
But what data shows that?
The numbers that we've been looking at for the last 6 months.
Yeah, but show me.
I don't have the magic
Have that in
button to
front of me
press right
to-
now.
Like if you don't know
but-
how
show
many
you right
voluntary
now.
transfers, you know,
But,
like
but again, I'm not sure why that's
Yeah.
needed for tonight. With
because
these-
you're asking us to approve it.
Right, and we've had these conversations about this, about what I was going to put
Yeah.
forward, and
Yeah.
had talked about.
Yeah,
this
and I asked for
prior.
more data.
No.
Yes, the spreadsheet that I asked you to have Joanne fill out.
Yeah. Well, okay. Which she's still filling.
Yeah.
It was a very large, a
Yeah.
big request that you had asked for it last week, and so we try to get that put together. What
2
you
weeks
wanted
ago.
to see was everything that we had, and I have to defend Joanne, but she's trying to do registrations and everything, and every time we have another data sheet, there's like more. So it's not that we're
Yeah.
not wanting to provide it.
Yeah.
It takes time to put that.
No, and that's
information
fine, but
together.
I'm not,
So-
I'm saying I'm uncomfortable voting on a decision from the advisory committee that says that we are going to send people back to their schools without understanding how many students that's gonna impact and what problems we're solving by doing that.
How many fifth graders are staying? How many fifth graders are we talking about? Because it looks like there's 38 kids who were in the 2024-25
It is
school
not
year.
many fifth graders at all.
And right now, they're shown all in their home school here, correct?
The fifth graders on both sheets are in the current schools they're in.
Okay, what about the rest of the students?
They're back in their home schools.
So yeah, so this file shows the homeschools, not how it looks, say, today. Like where the kids are today, if they're not in their home school.
Yeah, and the data that I had asked Ken for was like, what does it look like today versus what it, like within
She had-
these numbers.
Erin had created a spreadsheet of taking all of the data for every single school over the past few years and breaking it
so you
down.
can see
of-
how many kids moved.
And Joanne's.
No, and it's
working
fine
on
that
it,
it's not
so-
done, but that was my concern, it's still my concern, that's all, like, it's not, I feel like we have to really have a good understanding of, like, if we're saying, nope, everybody that's currently at a voluntary transfer school has to go back to their home school except for fifth graders, like, I think it's important for us to know what that impact is, and then, like, what problem it's causing if they stay at their home school.
But I think the
Or
parents
they're not
know
their voluntary school.
it could happen every year.
Doesn't matter, though.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
the way we're set
To
up
me.
today is that the parent has to do it every year, so they know that at any moment your kid might not be able to go because it's over capacity.
But it's not, what
so
I'm
it's a risk
saying is
they've
it's not.
taken by not going to their home school.
What Ken's saying is, he wants to say no to students that are even not, that are not affecting capacity.
Yeah, I was saying, regardless, they have to ask.
Yeah.
You can't, they're not just automatically going to be in that school anyway. So the parents actually have to physically fill something out to request anyways. So it's not like we're creating something new for the parent to do. They already knew they had to do that.
The newness of my understanding, though, is that if there's a student that currently is on a voluntary transfer to a school and then they apply for it again, that Dr. Duva is proposing saying no to that, not because of capacity, but because they are trying to get students back to their home schools.
Kind of
And
get
I
us
am
to get
uncomfortable with that.
for us to get on a clean slate of everyone back at their home schools, so we can have everyone where they are,
little
and
people.
then
Like
right. But also, I have to say we have a policy, and parents are making this decision knowing that you're choosing not to send your child to their home school, and that every year this has to be looked at, and they're knowingly making that decision that their children may have to go back to their home school.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why that is. There's something wrong with that. I understand that it's another school that they go to, but families are making that decision, knowing that that's that impact they're making on their child, that you might not be able to continue in that school.
Because if a class is
And
at
they should be at
capacity
their
and
home
someone
school.
moves into the neighborhood, now they might not be able to go to their home school because there's a kid in that grade. And in the middle of the year, you can't
Yeah,
say
yeah,
the
yeah.
kid, you can't, so then it also hurts new kids coming into the system who might have bought a house based on, where the school was. thinking they were going to go to that school.
Did you run a scenario with leaving everybody in their home school for this year? I mean, for next year?
Hold on one second. There are 11 students that are currently, that will be the 5th graders that are staying in the current schools that are in, just to answer the past question.
So if there were 38 for this year, 38 minus 11 is?
Where are you getting 38 from?
From the data that you provided to the redistricting committee. There's a sheet out there that says voluntary transfers from homeschool to requested school for the 24-25 school year. It's a total of 38 kids.
Yep, that's not 5th graders though. That
That
would have
doesn't
been, that would have
include
been,
5th graders?
no, that would have been everyone.
So
That's what I'm saying.
it's
Back
38
the
minus
5th graders
11.
out of
Yeah.
that. Yes.
So there
Then
would
the
be,
difference is, yes.
So that's how many students we're
Right.
talking
That would have
about.
been for this year.
Yes. And if we're saying we're not going to approve any more, that number
we
would
don't,
grow,
that would be-
right?
yes,
So
that
it
would
would
be
be
the number.
38 minus 11.
No, but then you forgot about the siblings, though.
Well, I'm going to ignore siblings for the moment. Because we're just talking about the kids who we would be saying, sorry,
Yeah.
gotta go. So we're talking
But-
about 27 kids.
And
Yeah, but if
was-
they have a
that's-
5th grader sibling, they might not move, was what I heard Ken say.
Right. Of
But
those,
I don't know how many of those are.
yeah, I mean, there's, well, I think the number, I'm not going to the number, but, because the number's really low. But that's this year, right, the current year. I have to start looking at the requests, of how many requests we have for next year, which could be different. I don't know what that number is right off the top of my head, right? So it could be more, it could be less.
Well,
Just-
I'm assuming the same 27 people would ask, right?
Probably.
So if we say no new people, right,
Mhm.
it shouldn't grow more than 27 unless it's a sibling or two thrown in there, right?
Could be somewhere around that number.
Yeah. So I guess, like, I am curious where those 27 kids fall in the, you know,
Mhm.
because there's been a lot of talk about, you know, the impact, especially if we're talking then about, like, you know, if we're gonna do something else for next year, you're gonna move a kid out, you're gonna move them back, and potentially they're gonna move again. Like, that would be my concern. On that same token, to have a full term plan by December, do you think that is realistic considering it's May,
I do, because the committee is going to continue working on this.
all summer?
We're going to get what work needs to be done.
I just want to voice my concern. I actually respectfully disagree. I think it's a very aggressive timeline just based on what we have been going through over the last few months, and because it was, I heard about it on, you know, the December timeline at the last meeting. So in other words, it's not like I was, I knew that December was the timeline. I think that is, kudos to you if you think we can do it.
So here's why I'm saying this. We've been working on this since November, right? So we have data that we already have to be looking at and considering. We also need to consider that we're going to be putting a budget together. And I would think that the committee would want to see those recommendations prior to the budget being put together to know if there's any impacts on the budget. That's why I'm using that timeline.
But my big concern is that you also at the end during the last meeting started talking about rolling in transportation and start time as well and looking into that, and I feel as if we're already struggling with the redistricting piece of this, so to add in, and I was under the impression that we weren't going to be meeting over the summer, so
I think we're going to need to consider like all the time that we have of having to do the work.
Oh, I don't mind meeting. It's just I thought you and I had a discussion where we don't ask advisory committees to meet over the summer because people go on vacation and have things. So that's my only concern.
If you had a quorum, you could meet.
Yeah, and that's fine. I just was unaware of that particular part of the plan. But anyway,
we don't need to meet as often, but I think that we need to have work being done throughout, and it could be work that we assign to the advisory committee, those that are available to do. I mean, it's work that we're going to, administrative-wise, going to have to be doing and conducting.
Has there been any thought given to outsourcing this to a project manager?
I have, yes.
Yeah, and I've asked for that as well. I think it would be a really good idea.
Yes, and that was a side conversation that Erin and I had in one of our meetings of something we may need to bring forward.
Which we do not have budgeted.
I mean, in theory, that could come out of our capital fund, correct? Because it's a one-time expense.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's an important part of a long-term plan for this district. I would be happy to,
I think it's
support
important, but I also think I'm disappointed at how the last time we outsourced, which was the facilities master plan, like how we've disregarded that as far as like the information that came from experts and the information that was put forward. So I just do think that if we do that, like we need to have a commitment to listening to the experts on what they're telling us and what we should be doing as a district. Like, if we're just going to go on our own path, like let's just go on our own path, you know, as far as information. And I think, you know, I don't think it hurts to put out an RFP for something to see what the costs are and see what companies bid on it. But I would be concerned about the cost and then like the usability of the information that a consultant provides based on past experiences.
For me, it's not just the potential of like having just like an unbiased, you know, independent party look at it. It's also just a matter of time management. Yeah. Like, does the administration really have the time to do this in light of the other things that they're working on as well? And is this a piece that we can outsource to somebody who maybe does this professionally and is able to?
Can I jump in? My recollection of our last meeting was that we talked about really identifying priorities, right, for the next meeting that we have in May. Identifying those need-to-haves, right, with our process. And I think the timeline that Dr. Duva pointed out with December was that the hope was that we would leave that meeting with a very kind of firm, definitive, agreed-upon list of the need-to-have priorities for this
to
entire...
present to us as recommendations.
Correct. And then the timeline would take us to the following fall, where hopefully we could pull together data, possibly using professional consultation, pull together data that brings those priorities into form through a series of potential options. And then that would be carried forward for a December recommendation as to which option we felt was the best for our district.
Is your meeting
that's what I
the same
recollect.
day as the school committee meeting?
What date, Erin?
It says at the May 20th advisory meeting that the school committee meeting is May 20th. So is this document incorrect?
Yeah, no.
May 20th.
May,
It's May-
redistricting
that was
is
May
May 14th.
May 14th.
Yeah, put the wrong meeting date on there.
Except, did we just, isn't there a health and wellness? What did we say it was May 14th?
There's a health, but it's at different places. We're meeting at the media center.
Okay.
And I don't think there's overlap in our committees.
Yeah, but we have a...
We try not to do overlap.
No, we actually have a policy about it. Okay.
Sorry.
So...
So, the transportation piece, I understand, you know, about not being able to dive into transportation until you know, like, what the routes are and everything, but did you all discuss any changes that could be put into place for this upcoming year that would...
For transportation?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Because we spent all the time on redistricting.
Because I know we've tossed it around a few times, but I really think, like, and again, we went to the transportation is like the buzzword in the state right now for districts, and like they were talking we went to the RIS thing this weekend, they were talking about like getting your district to do opt-outs, getting people to have to opt in for transportation, like things like that. Like, is that something that we could implement in September?
Michelle did talk about that.
Yeah, so we're going to send out a form for people to sign up for transportation so we know exactly who needs it to help reduce how many riders we have on each bus. So that is something we're going to be doing.
Okay. Yeah, so she wants to
and
do
that, some of that came out of when we were talking about
for the parents.
Policy and all too.
And she's working on that right now.
Okay.
All right. Other discussion on this item?
So I'm glad to see that there's not a redistricting proposal put in place for this year, because I don't think that is the time, you know, and I agree that we should be trying to minimize the number of students that are disrupted, but I am concerned about just the blanket, no, anybody who applied cannot go back.
So what I said, this puts everyone at their home school.
Yeah.
Each application would be looked at individually for a decision. There's no guarantee that it's being accepted. That's what I said.
Well, and that's the current
procedure. What I'm saying is, if we keep everyone at their home school, that's what the numbers look like.
But you're proposing a change in process.
What I'm saying
in how you're going to be evaluating those.
Me looking at each one and seeing if there is a need to have to move someone out of their home school into another school.
How is that different from the process that takes place now?
A lot of them were just approved.
Without looking at what
No, looking at it, but just, yep, there's space, we're gonna, but we know that there are times that people are being moved because they just don't want to be at the school they're at.
But we allow that
Yeah, that's,
in our district.
And
Whether it's right or wrong,
specifically
we allow
point
that in
out
our district.
Quinnesset Elementary School. We have more voluntary transfers out of Quinnesset because people don't want to go
How
there.
many?
I have to get the number. I just know that's the highest number. I don't have that in front of me in my computer. But I know
21
that.
out of the 38.
Thank you.
Where do you see that, John?
In the,
She has the. from
he's
what I
got a
shared
document
before.
that's out there with the
I just-
redistricting committee.
Thank you. So maybe if you want to just read off those numbers because it has in there how many transfers we had from each school.
Out of Stony Lane 2, out of Fishing Cove 6, out of Quid 21, out of Forest Park 7, out of Hamilton 2, for a total of 38.
It's concerning that we
I
have
don't-
so many coming out of Quinnesset.
Well, there's a multitude of reasons for that, I would imagine. One being learning challenges, being in a building with no walls, as a student who lived in a building with no walls as an elementary school student. So I think that, you know, there's a variety of reasons that people would ask for that, but also I haven't seen the data to back up that number, Jen.
I'm just telling
I know.
you, this is an attachment and I'm reading from it.
I know.
Yeah.
What do you mean where the data came from?
Like, how many of those
Those
students
numbers?
are, yeah,
What information do you want to know from those numbers?
how many kindergartners, how many first grade, how many second grade, how many
Like
third
each
grade,
grade.
how many fourth grade, how many
How
fifth
many are
grade?
I'm just asking just to
Yeah.
know when you're saying data, what
Yeah.
that is.
Voluntary
And that was the
transfers out of
other
Quid.
right, and that was the other form that you asked
Yeah,
if
yeah.
anyone's working.
Yep.
So what do you need from us this evening?
To either approve or not approve the recommendation that's on the table.
And is the recommendation basically like there's going to be no redistricting?
Basically,
this year?
there's no redistricting. I've showed you what the projection looks like for keeping students at their home school, right? We have to move a class over to Fishing Cove to accommodate for the overages. And that we would be coming back by December with recommendations for the following year, and that way it's considered within the budget process.
Would it be beneficial if we just waited to get the information for the next meeting on the 20th?
I mean, the only, like, I just want to kind of put this out there. Like, families are waiting. Like, we have some work that we got to do, like notifying families of where they're going to school, especially kindergarten, and being able to get that out and get, you know, information to families.
Well, I was just thinking rather than have the recommendation rejected flat out, maybe if we could get whatever information people feel comfortable with having, and then they might, you know, be more amenable to the actual recommendation in a few weeks, or not, but at least that. And
So I guess-
I know waiting is not a great thing, but it's probably better than having the recommendation outright rejected.
So what does the school, do we, like when you approve a voluntary transfer, do we have to approve?
doesn't go
So
to
that,
you.
so I guess what do we actually have to approve? Just that there's no redistricting?
Yeah, because that was the charge of.
Or is that,
committee.
that's not even, we wouldn't have to because we're not really changing anything
There's no,
going forward, so there's nothing really to vote on.
there's not.
Okay.
That's what I don't
Yeah.
honestly
So it's
know
more
if
you
there's-
just telling us what's going on from the
If
redistricting.
you're okay with it, and this is what we're going to be doing with placing students and what schools they're going to be placed at, where we're adding the other kindergarten classroom, and that's what we're doing moving forward.
I'm not okay with the saying blanketly to 27 kids, you've got to go back to your home school.
And that's not what I said. I said that each one is going to be looked at individually.
Yeah, but what
I'm
I
showing
heard
you
though
that
is
this shows everyone in their home school of where they would be.
I
We
would
do that
just-
every year. Every year we put everyone back in their home school, and then we look and we make decisions of if there's going to be transfers or not. So we also know capacity-wise where we are and if we need to shift classrooms around the district.
I feel like it would be helpful and for me to understand, like this spreadsheet shows a part of the story, but it doesn't show all of the story. So it doesn't show special ed transfers in, it doesn't show special ed transfers out, it doesn't show voluntary transfers in or out, or involuntary transfers in or involuntary transfers out. And so that's why I asked for that information, because although this is what you did, like, it doesn't show the full picture of who's there and why. Because, like, for some students, like, we have a specialty program there, and so they're a transfer in. But, like, through this process, they're not going to get transferred out, even though they're voluntary transfer into a program.
Because if there is a
And
district special ed program there, right, those students are there because of educational reasons.
Yeah, but I feel like this spreadsheet does not show all of the information that I need to make a decision. And also, like, if you decide you're going to stop approving voluntary transfers that are currently voluntary transfers, not based on capacity, and then the families challenge that, it's just going to come to us in appeal after appeal after appeal after appeal. And so I want to have a good understanding of what that scope might be and what the impact on how many students that might be. So. I would be comfortable, though, today, because I do understand and hear Dr. Duva talking about, like, it sounds like to me that there's not a lot of options for those kindergartners, and that we, because we're not willing to move the specialty program at Hamilton to make space for them, so we have to move that program. Or we have not been proposed with that, so we have to move that.
We're not making any recommendations to move the special education program out of Hamilton. I don't think that's necessary in the best interest of.
Yeah. So it sounds like we have absolutely no options for the kindergartners, and so I would support a motion to approve that part of the recommendation, so that those families can get notified, so they have an understanding of where their kids are going, and give them some time to, be able to go to schools while they're still open, and different whatever happens with kindergarten.
And the expectation is those 12 students move out of Hamilton into, I'm going to say Fishing Cove, right? And then the following year they move back, correct?
If there's space, they move back.
How would those 12 be determined again?
So it's based on when the registrations were submitted, so it's the last registrations, and that they don't have any siblings currently in that school. So these are children without siblings in the school, and it's based on the last registrations that we received.
So you said if there's space, right? So, like, does that mean space will be held for them the following year?
They would have high priority, wouldn't they? Based on if we
they would have priority over a new registration.
That's where I'm going with it, over a new registration.
Mm-hmm.
So I would.
So what we do is we always put them back in their home school.
So, like, the 12 are already registered, and you actually know Hamilton's
we know
over the 12.
Right. As of last, these are numbers as of last.
Which could you could also start another school
And
could go over at some point too.
That could increase to 20. I mean,
I don't know what the thought process was for splitting them, but I would prefer to keep them together since they're.
So if I can just explain, because it actually, I think, makes sense. So if you split if you split the students between two schools, if also looking at transportation and all that, it makes sense to do so. You're not overcapping Fishing Cove. So that way, if after we make this decision, let's say in June, a family moves into Fishing Cove, there's space for that child to go there. So if you put some at Fishing Cove and some at Stony, you're now leaving space in Fishing Cove for any students that might be moving in.
Because people could still sign up for Fishing Cove.
That was the reasoning why. That was why I was like, oh, that's a good thing for us to consider. Thank you for making that recommendation, and that way you're not at capacity. Because right now, based on these numbers from last week, there would only be one spot.
And could some of those kids actually live closer to
Stony
or
Right,
live
well,
closer
we're
to
doing
Fishing
this.
Cove
They could
too?
if we.
I know what time it is.
Yeah,
Might well. I was trying to get something here before we made that motion, but okay, I lied. I'm not comfortable in voting on that because I don't. That plan doesn't seem.
What plan doesn't?
The 12 and 12 versus the.
Okay, but
moving them
here's
all
what I'm
to
gonna
school.
say.
Those are two different things.
But here's what I'm going to say. Every year, we make decisions administratively that does not have to come to school committee of where we are having to move students based on capacity reasons. That is not a decision that needs to be made by the school committee. That's something that administratively we decide on where students need to be placed in those schools.
And you could make that decision now, where you don't necessarily need us to do anything.
I'm just saying that was a suggestion that was made that we were going to consider.
Okay.
Okay.
Back to
So
the
any other
notes.
discussion on item C?
Nope.
Hearing none, can I get a motion to extend the meeting, please?
I make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Nope, she's not done.
Time, sorry.
I'm not tabling it. I would prefer not to table anything because the next agenda's already
Okay,
stacked
I'm gonna
with
say
things we
11
weren't-
and we finish early, we're golden.
What did you say?
11.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Oh yeah, we don't have to say
No,
till 11.
no, yes.
Extend it too, but we most certainly can finish before.
Just wanna make sure.
Yeah.
I just didn't wanna have to extend it like.
No, we have to stay here till 11.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's a good clarifying question. Any further, any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, so let's move on to.
So what are we doing with this, and what do you need for the next meeting?
I would like to see the, like, students in, students out, like where they live in this.
Do they have siblings? Do they,
Like, I think that information by school would be helpful. Students in, students out, special ed, voluntary, out, like just to understand.
If she finishes the spreadsheet, that would be, I think, helpful.
Because I understand this, I'm like.
This item's closed. We moved on.
Yeah, okay.
So we have to move
That's
on.
what we needed.
You can
Okay.
email Dr. Duba if you have further considerations. Item D,
I lied, I had one more question on that, okay, but that's fine.
just email Ken.
Okay.
Can you reopen when, like, can you, no, like,
If you pass, you should go to the next item.
yeah.
That's
Send a
fine.
lot of emails.
That's fine. I've already emailed this one, that's why I was trying to get it in before we were done.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Next item, D, can I get a motion?
I will make a motion to discuss.
Second.
So this is the advisory committee recommendation from the equity audit. One of the things that we've been working on this year in the DEI advisory committee is building out on the top 5 goals that were identified in the equity audit. We began the year discussing professional development, and one of the areas I identified as that we wanted to pursue was where any areas for additional training opportunities might be. The students on the DEI committee were interested in surveying the student body to see what their experience had been, and they worked with the administration, the student union, and the rest of the committee over the past 6 months to develop solution-focused questions which will hopefully provide insight in that area. Increasing opportunities for student voice was another high priority goal of the committee, and we've heard both through the audit from students who sit on our committees that our students of color have experienced racism and or marginalization, and that our LGBTQ+ students do not always feel a sense of inclusion and belongings, and that families and students perceive inconsistent, biased implementation of student discipline. The district recently approved an equity vision statement that said we commit to developing policies, practices, and partnerships to address inequities, encourage empathy and kindness, and build a culture of belonging to ensure all in our community thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And we can't do that if we don't find out where the barriers are, and our students know that better than anyone else. The survey that's being proposed is anonymous, optional, no questions in it are required, and parents will be informed ahead of time and allowed to opt their student out. Resources and support will be made available to students if needed, and focus groups will be conducted after as follows up. During the process of moving this recommendation forward to the school committee for approval, it became clear that the district needed to formalize their practice in this area, as we not currently have a policy on student surveys, and as far as I can tell, we never have, despite having conducted both internal and external ones for years. I brought forward a draft to be reviewed by the Policy Advisory Committee, which we began discussing at our meeting on 4/28, and I confirmed with our attorney that the process as outlined in the attached memo covers all legal requirements and is consistent with how we've conducted internal surveys in the past. Rob, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it.
Jen, just something to clarify, that the survey that would be administered is looking for not any information that was covered in the equity audit as far as barriers, but looking for students to talk about like professional development and what would help them be able to learn more to implement kindness and that thing, right? It's like
yes.
Solution focused.
Solution focused questions on how to address some of the issues that were identified both in the equity audit and in speaking to students.
So can you explain, either Andrew or Jen, what you said, Andrew, about the survey policy?
Yeah, the
the item on the agenda is the recommendation from not to not answer. I think your question's good, Megan, but I want to make sure we stay within the scope.
Yeah, no, I think I'll keep it within the terms of the equity audit.
Thanks.
So the question I think is we're developing a policy. We don't have a policy in place yet. Is that in violation of the PPRA? No, it's not. PPRA doesn't give any deadline like other statutes has. You have to have a policy in place by such and such. What they do focus on, however, is that you're complying with the requirements of the PPRA.
I don't know if the civilians know what PPRA are.
I think it asked me what it is.
Yeah. What is it?
It's the Protection of Human Rights Amendment.
There we go. Protection of
So, and there are certain requirements that with respect to, I think we talked about this at the last meeting, active consent, passive consent. There was a question raised, I believe it was by Ms. Riley to Mr. Mezzanotte in an email, are you complying with these particular requirements? Mr. Mezzanotte responded back. I looked at the response, I looked at the act, he was in compliance with all of them, and what the research shows is that if you're developing the policy, which we are, and if you're in compliance with all the things with the PPRA, you're fine. So
I'm just more concerned in general about surveys, and obviously I'm new to the school committee, so this has never had to come up for me. So it has nothing to do with any particular survey, but surveys in general.
So we can definitely put that on.
Okay, so this particular
agenda.
survey, then, you have this advisory committee coming up with questions. Who's going to aggregate them?
The administration.
Yeah, but under the act, what they're focused on is if the survey they don't talk about like who comes up with the questions, who disaggregates the data. What that act basically says is if you're touching on these particular topics, you have to be in compliance with these particular procedures.
But separate from the act, I'm just saying as a district, isn't it a good idea to just have a survey policy so that we have...
And I think that's what we're working on. Yeah, that's what you're working on.
Right, but then we're going to pass something before we have the survey policy that we've actually seen, or we're going to vote on something before we have a survey policy. We're going to vote on a survey before we have a survey policy in place.
I don't see any prohibition with voting on this particular policy based on the information that Mr. Mezzanotti's given us in the questions. I don't. Most policies that I'm familiar with wouldn't dictate exactly how data is disaggregated or how the policy questions come up. I mean, the survey comes. If the administration says I'd like to administer this survey, you look to make sure it complies with the context of the policy. If it does, you administer. If it doesn't, you don't.
Yep, and so what the advisory committees are not allowed to dictate work to the administration, and so the advisory committee made a recommendation that the survey get sent out, which would have administrators doing work, and so the advisory committee can't just say to Mr. Mezzanotte, send the survey out. So they made the recommendation that came to the school committee. All that the school committee is being asked is if we want to ask the administration to implement the survey that was created by the administration and the student, not by the...
And if your position is no because we don't have a policy, then that's obviously clearly your vote, which is fine. Absolutely.
Can you explain how would the survey go out? Like, is it a Google form? Just curious.
So it'll go out in all likelihood it would be through a Google form. Yeah, that's
Okay.
usually how we distribute surveys. Is using that platform.
So I have a crazy question. What changes or actions could enhance? Is that supposed to be a number? Is that supposed to have a number on it? Like it says, what aspects of our school make it feel welcoming? What changes or actions would enhance?
No, that's like
No,
a
it's all part of
That's a two-part.
Yeah.
And then I just curious on the committee. The last question, like, what actions or initiatives do you think would help ensure a more supportive or inclusive environment for LGBTQ+? Why did you only pick that group of students and not, in general, other groups?
That actually came up. That's actually a good question because that did come up because this is focused off of the results of the equity audit, and it was raised in the equity audit that specifically our students of color and our LGBTQ+ students have experienced issues. So that's why this survey, and we discussed, the fact that there are other areas of bullying and, that can be addressed, but this one was specifically in response to those issues.
But we're only doing that and not of color. You said it was both.
Well, because we're talking about racism.
Okay, but why wouldn't you include both? Like if they both were in the equity audit as having issues and not feeling belonging, why wouldn't we ask the question of both?
I think because we talked about it in number 2, how can we raise awareness about microaggressions
Number
and
4,
create a more inclusive and respectful environment for all students? What actions or steps could we take to address and prevent racism, ensuring a more inclusive and equitable environment for everyone? So we do ask it.
Is that, were you thinking something different, Sherry? Or?
Well, I just don't think I just feel like you're picking out one group of kids instead of,
we are.
Like there's which I don't.
Yeah. Based on data, I think. Like
Okay,
based on
but
what was in the equity audit.
I think there's other groups of kids that are also might feel like they're left out. I guess.
Do you
feel like you're picking
suggest-
one group versus another. I think it'd be better just to be like, what actions or initiatives do you think would help a more supportive and inclusive environment for all members of our school? Because then I think someone might answer it like, I think this is why
I
we're...
have no problem suggesting that we add a sixth question
Yeah,
like
we could
that.
definitely add that. Rob, what do you think about that?
I have to think about it off the top of my head. A sixth question. Who would
Or
be?
just change the fifth question so it's more, includes everyone.
I would not support
No,
that.
I wouldn't support that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what the DEI committee spent quite a bit of time discussing this topic, discussing these questions. There was a lot of discussion around these, and these are the ones that the committee chose. That functions as an advisory group to the school committee. So, I mean, to me, I would just wonder about the process, you know, about adding a question or adjusting a question. I would wonder about the process. I think that that group might be in a better position to consider a change.
Okay.
If there's going to be a change to be made.
Yeah, I just...
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I
I
just
know
think
where
it's
you're coming
including everyone where
Yeah.
you know, I think all students sometimes don't feel supportive or inclusive for varying different reasons.
I would support adding.
No,
don't
I would
think it
too.
needs to
I
go
would
back to the
support
advisory
adding
committee.
a sixth question that says what actions or initiative would help ensure a more supportive and inclusive environment for all members of our school.
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking
I
for?
like that.
Yeah, because I feel like if a kid reads this, they might...
You don't want to make them feel excluded.
Right, I don't
So
think they
like
should be
that.
excluded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's a good
student
suggestion.
is what I'm
And
saying.
as
So,
it is an advisory committee, like we can accept or reject, and I have no problem putting forward a motion to add that sixth question.
okay.
So the sixth question is, well, I know we just kind of said that fast. What would we say?
Number 5, but
Number
for
5
all
for all.
members of school.
Like, so that you're including everyone and not singling out one group of kids.
No, we're not, no, that one stays. And
No,
then
no,
we're at,
no,
yeah,
what
yeah.
I mean is for number 6.
Yep.
You're taking
Yep.
the
Same
you're taking the
language,
same
yes.
question of 5.
Yep.
You're just
Got it. So question
Replace
6
it.
will be same question except all members of our
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Is there a motion?
Okay, I will make a motion to approve the sending of the survey with the addition of the sixth question as discussed.
Second.
Further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
There wasn't unanimous.
Oh, I assume Stephanie got it.
Okay.
Opposed? Abstained?
Nay.
Okay. Okay, moving on to policies.
Okay.
Don't forget, we also have that one that we skipped over.
Oh, yeah.
RFP, okay, sorry.
Oh, I got it. Thank
Yep.
you, though.
Okay, I will make a motion to discuss JLIG Sun Safety.
Second.
Okay, this is a first read with a revision of an existing policy. RIDE has a list of health-related policies that they require districts annually to provide the date it was last reviewed or updated. This policy is on that list. It was created in 2022, and it's being updated now to reflect some minor changes after actually having put the policy into use for the past few years, and to remove the form from the actual policy to be consistent with current practice. I want to thank Colleen Schnack, the Kingstown School Nurse Coordinator, for her assistance with these revisions, and we will see this policy one more time before we vote on it.
Any questions or comments regarding that?
I just had a question. Should we include pre-K?
No, we
don't
actually
need
discussed
to?
that because
Okay.
it's
a good question.
The statute says K through 5.
Okay,
and
perfect.
K is its whole other.
Has their own policy?
Yes, but that's a good question, and we did discuss it.
No, so just to clarify, they don't have their own policy.
They don't, so we don't...
No, they have their own handbook that covers it
Okay.
in the handbook.
Yes. So, I thought it should be in, but I also get why it wouldn't be in, because this is in line with the law, which does not include it.
Right.
So,
Got it.
Okay, I will make a motion to discuss ACA 1 transgender.
wait, sorry, Jen, any other questions on that or comments on the Sun one? Okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to discuss ACA 1 transgender and non-binary students.
Second.
This is the first read of a revision to an existing policy. This is also on RISE list, and the policy itself requires that we review it annually and update it as needed to conform to amendments and changes in applicable state and federal laws, rules, regulations, as well as best practices. The changes you have before you today reflect changes to the legal authority at the federal level based on the January 9, 2025 U.S. District ruling, which vacated the 2024 Title IX changes, and it also further defines the rights in the policy under the Rhode Island State rules and regulations. It also reflects changes to the section on physical education classes and intramural and interscholastic athletics due to the Rhode Island Interscholastic League's recent decision to change their policy language around eligibility. We have added language that makes it clear that North Kingstown School Department affirms that students should be able to participate in physical education classes, intramural sports, and interscholastic sports based on their gender identity. It also states that building principals should adhere to this district policy when making decisions in this area, and clarifies that this clause remains in compliance with current law. We also added a section to the policy to note that it's the intention of the school committee that the rates conveyed to students under this policy also apply to district employees as well. And as such, the language and the purpose has been expanded, and the title of the policy is recommended changing from students to individuals. And we will see this policy one more time before voting on it as well.
Any questions or comments regarding that?
Yeah, I did have a question, Andrew. For during the policy subcommittee meeting, Dr. Earl asked you if other districts, other district clients of yours had done anything with this policy, and you, I believe, said something like they're sitting tight right now because of the laws and the uncertainty surrounding the laws about this. So I'm just kind of wondering what is, I guess, what you did explain the changes that were made, but since the law is uncertain and are we sitting tight or are we changing things? Because I feel like we just saw this in.
I think the question that I had asked was, are they doing anything else to their policies? So beyond getting into compliance with the piece that we are getting into compliance, were they making any other changes or anything beyond what they already had? So not rolling back, but putting other things in or other things that we might need to consider.
Yeah.
So that was what I had asked for clarification.
Correct. And the substantive change here, and your policy is a little different than some others, really was the Rhode Island Interscholastic League. That was the genesis of this change because your old policy
and the Title
quoted
IX stuff.
and the Title IX. The Title IX went the other direction, so we switched that back, which all districts have done. They're required to do. And then it was really the Rhode Island Interscholastic League was what prompted this because your old policy quoted the old regulation, which they definitively had changed. So we mirrored that change in this policy.
So is Rhode Island Interscholastic League the only, I don't think it is the only sports league that, or interscholastic league.
You mean in Rhode Island?
In Rhode Island.
I mean, they govern all the interscholastic league sports. If you
There's-
don't participate with them, you don't play.
Okay, there's no other thing that we should be concerned with?
Not
Well,
that
the
I...
middle schools are under a different
No,
thing.
they're not.
They were-
They're under
Yeah,
different-
no, to my knowledge, and I'm not an
Okay.
expert on it, I believe
Yeah.
it's the interscholastic league. That's the only game in town.
But it was new, yeah, like middle school was just added.
Yeah, they just added it.
so
Used to be
this
the
year.
principals.
COVID,
whatever.
now they changed
All right,
it, yeah.
any
Okay.
other questions or comments regarding this? Did that answer your question, Megan?
Yes, thanks.
I just had one thing. I don't like changing the professional development to annually because I feel like that's locking us in to one specific thing and not. I think the ongoing was much better, so it kind of left, if we don't have a budget for it, or I wouldn't want to exclude some other professional development that's important because we have to do this via the policy.
Yep. I can talk to that, and then when Ken gets back, give you a further clarification. So I had brought that up because I feel like in policies, having something that can't be tracked by the school committee is not a good thing. So saying occasionally or saying whatever kind of doesn't, that could be every 5 years, anyone's interpretation of that could be different. And so I believe it was Dr. Duba who had suggested annually for that change. Which I supported because it's more quantitative, but I also don't think it would be something that would necessarily take resources. If I remember correctly, it could be just reviewing certain information, etc. So I don't. Am I remembering that one correctly?
Yes.
Robert,
So it wouldn't have to be on a professional development day, because I was reading it that way. Like you'd have to include it every year in a professional development.
I don't
day.
believe that is how it would be written, but let me double check.
So
I hear what you're saying,
I
but
was reading it. Yeah.
But there are policies that require annual professional development already.
So I wasn't at this meeting, but I think I know Dr. Duba stepped out. I believe what the intention here was for this to be sort of included as part of one of the yearly
Yeah.
updates, reminders, trainings, if you will, that are done as part
Like
of the
a
back to school.
convocation or-
Yeah,
yeah.
like back to school for teachers, so on and so forth. But
Kenny, welcome back. We were just talking about in the transgender and non-binary students policy, changing it from occasionally to annually. That suggestion. We remember we had talked about that, and
Yes.
Sherry just had. If you want to, I don't want to.
Where,
So
where
I
was
just
that?
thought-
Where in the policy did we? I remember us talking about it. but where-
Well, it's on
on page 381.
381. I was just saying how like annually ties us in that it has to be included, and there might be other topics like that. I'll be honest, I don't think we talk a lot about foster care or adoption at all with the teachers, and so I wouldn't want us not to include something that was important because we had to do this every year,
Well, I
and
think-
then other stuff wouldn't be. So I didn't know, or we might not have the resources to do it.
So some of these policies that are written with training in it, because some of it's required through the state, through their
Okay.
guidance. I also want to caution it with how many policies we write that say you must train annually. I mean, we did recommend for this, but as we talk about other things, I had this conversation earlier with Sally. We end up running out of time of when we can actually provide the training. So when we write policies, if it's not a required training, I want to caution the committee at writing in there that training has to happen annually in a policy, because we are limited with the amount of time that we have, and even with what I've asked her to kind of help us with of identifying all these trainings, it's time sensitive. When we look at how many professional development days we have, when everything's focused on trainings around policies and state mandates, we're losing time to train on other things like instruction and assessment or curriculum as we need to. So I just want to caution us with adding more.
Yeah, you did recommend it though, right? You did.
Yeah, what I'm saying
I
is
know.
as we're talking about other things too, we're putting in policy.
I do think. I
But
also
is this
think
not a lot? That's what I'm saying. Like, why would we do this on this policy and not another? I think we
we
should
have
just.
done it on other ones.
Yeah,
I
just
think-
my stance is I think it should say ongoing. I feel like we shouldn't lock ourselves in every year.
So for me, I think professional development, I have a broader definition of what professional development is than what I've learned about K-12 sometimes. Like professional development to me is just providing ongoing learning or activities or knowledge to your staff regarding something. So like when I do an online module, that's professional development. When I get sent an article about something, that's professional development. So to me, it doesn't mean that they have to do a full-blown 4-hour, bring somebody in professional development. Providing some sort of education once a year on important topics on populations in our district, I don't think is a bad thing. So that's, like, I think, I don't see it as big as it is, but I don't like occasionally, because that, if a school committee was to say to a superintendent, hey, like, when was the last time you did this? And the answer was 7 years ago, and you say, well, that's not really occasionally, and the superintendent says, yes, it is. Like, how do you do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just don't know that we like. I get what you're saying. But
Yeah.
it's not. It have to be part of a professional development day. That was just my.
Yep.
I guess question, because we don't send out online stuff for the teachers to review, do we?
Sometimes we said,
Okay.
here are some webinars, here are some videos.
All right, then.
What just in continuing talking about the professional development, just as we're talking about what professional development is, there are also certain policies that we send out wanting to make sure they reviewed and participated in training.
Okay.
And we have to document some of what that training is that they participated in.
All right. Other questions or comments regarding this one? Sure.
Nope.
Okay, Jen?
Okay, I'll make a motion to discuss JLCCA HIV positive students and employees.
Second.
This is the first read of a revision to an existing policy, also one of the ones on RISE lists. The draft that you have before you is a rewrite of the current policy, which was last updated in 2012. Thanks again for Colleen Schnack for her guidance and input and reworking this policy to reflect how HIV is viewed and managed today. I do want to note that the routes of transmission portion on this needs to be updated to read having vaginal, oral, or anal sex with someone who is HIV without using a condom and or dental dam properly every time we're taking medicines to prevent or treat HIV. I'd like to thank the community member who brought this to my attention. Ignoring LGBTQ+ identities in our policies and or our sexual education curriculum further marginalizes and stigmatizes those youth and puts them at greater risk for STDs and STIs, unplanned pregnancies, and unhealthy or abusive relationships. we will see this policy one more time before voting on it.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments regarding that policy? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the second reads. Jen?
Okay, I will make a motion to discuss JICI student dress.
Second.
Okay, this is the second read of a proposed new policy which would create a district-wide dress code. Currently, each school has its own, which has led to differences in what is allowed and how they are enforced. This topic has been addressed in various ways and with various stakeholders going back to 2021 at the policy advisory level since May of last year. And while there has been improvement, implementing a district-wide policy will provide for greater consistency from school to school. We've received feedback on a few points which I appreciate, and we have proposed edits based on that in front of you. They relate to footwear, backpacks, hats, and hoods, and clubs. Clubs of students, not clubs like the one that student made today in his Egypt thing. So if you look at the student dress policy that you have in front of you, that has the recommended changes, which is basically removing book packs and backpacks from the policy, further clarifying footwear like we do for tops and bottoms, adding wood tech to the list of classes that additional student attire requirements belong to, noting that the policy would permit groups within the school that have specific dress requirements to continue having them, provided they're gender neutral and inclusive of attire worn for a religious region. That would cover things like DECA or the chorus, chorus concert thing where they have to wear,
the white, whatever.
Their white thing.
Is it a blazer or a shirt?
It would add to the students may not, it would change the phrase that says cover the student's face to the extent that the student is not identical. That includes covering the student's face and head. That was based on some feedback, some discussions with some of the teachers, and that seems to be a compromise that they're comfortable with. I have concerns about that still in terms of, potential for issues there, but I'm comfortable with that modification as proposed. So this policy here is what I'm recommending we vote on. Does anybody have questions, concerns, comments?
Oh, thanks for making the changes. Oh, I had one just sort of question. When it says school staff should use discretion and maintain student privacy in disclosing the specific dress code violation to their parents, does that mean like you wouldn't say why they got in trouble for it? Or, like if a student did something in school that they shouldn't have done, wouldn't you just tell them?
What page is that on?
390. So I was just curious,
No,
the background.
I just want to read it. You said page 2, Andrew?
Page 2 of the policy, 390 of the packet.
This was one of the ones we went back and forth
Halfway
with
down the
Shivali
bullets.
on to get the language to be the way that she felt it was appropriate. More so that, I think it's more just so that if the student is not, just letting them know that there's a dress code issue and then using discretion for them. Specifically, like if there is a trans student who is not out at home, you don't want to have a conversation with them about, wearing a dress or things like that, because that violates the policy that we have about not outing students.
Okay. No, I was just curious because I was thinking in my head, like my daughter wearing licorice. I don't. Not yet. High school.
Or elementary school in my house.
Or not.
It's true. It happens in middle school. I know.
Other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to.
Can we do any opposed?
Oh, sorry. Opposed?
No.
I will make a motion to discuss the second read with JFAA admission of resident students.
Second.
This is the second read of a revision to an existing policy that establishes the process for enrollment of students in the North Kingstown School District. We pulled in information from our existing JFAB admission of non-resident students and expect to sunset that once this revised policy is approved. We've added information on the registration process for kindergarten and pre-K to this policy, and I have proposed some changes since the first read to the pre-K part of the policy, which changes the terminology from typical peer to community peer and provides a definition of what that is. You have a copy of that in front of you, and at this time I am recommending approval with those changes.
I just had one question on that one. Ken, did you agree with the language that was proposed regarding what Jen just was saying?
Yes.
Other questions or comments regarding JFAA? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
I will make a motion to discuss JCA, assignment of students to schools.
Second.
So this is the second read of a revision to an existing policy that establishes a designated school of attendance for resident students enrolled in the North Kingstown School District. We pulled in information from our existing JCAR, establishing attendance boundaries, and JCAC, deviation from attendance boundaries policies, and expect to sunset those once this revised policy is approved. This revised policy details how a student is assigned to a school and the circumstances under which that assignment could change. Part of this policy states that the superintendent shall review grade level capacity on an annual basis to ensure contractual class size and resource allocation, and notify any affected families and the school committee of anything needed by early August. Now, Ken, we had talked about that in the policy meeting, but concerns have come through about that timeline from parents that early August is too late. So I know we talked about this, like it feels like 18 months ago at this point, but if you could just chime in with why the early August date was chosen for that.
Yeah. We're
What page on JCA is it on?
It is on. Page.
So it's at the bottom of page
Page
2.
1. Yeah, page 2, number 6.
For involuntary transfers.
No, it's actually in the paragraph above it too. Assignment of students to school,
So
right in the
that
middle of the
one.
page.
Right, so
Page.
it's the same language at
Okay.
the bottom as well. So.
Because the initial draft had actually, we had it sooner because of concerns around notifying parents, and then you had said that
There was like a reason.
Remember that? Yeah.
But would you even know, Sina? I want you to
I think that had something to do
No,
with
I
the
very
time
specifically
registrations
remember
came
Ken
in.
walking us through the timeline and us being like, oh yeah,
So the reason for that is because if there are
Could be
any
that way.
changes that we have to make around classroom placements or the number of classrooms or any additions that could happen in July could impact the assignment of
Okay.
where a student is
And-
going to, and that's why we said by early August. I mean, we're not going to wait. I mean,
Yeah, it could
as
be
I
earlier.
mentioned earlier, we want to
Yep.
get letters out
Right.
now if we can.
Yep,
So
and I think this language,
we didn't want to put something in there that prohibited us from having to make a decision over the summer if we had to.
Right.
yep, couldn't let you do that. Yeah, and I think this language helps the concern of families finding out a day before, 2 days
Yes.
before. Like it was
Yep.
giving that buffer on the other side, and so I think that's why I ended up agreeing to that August date. Although I do understand what the community is saying, like it actually is for them, not the opposite. Like it's to try to give them a little bit more time than what has historically happened.
in the past, right?
Yep.
And they have till the 30th to get it to you, so it's not really that much time to
Yeah,
figure
like we
out
walked
from the
through
30th.
everything,
Yeah, they'll
yeah.
every.
Well, and also how long it takes to get a meeting. Like it was like there's a lot of steps there. So I definitely heard. I understood the concern, but I do think Kevin's right about keeping it.
Yeah,
as
I
such.
remember we had talked about it. I just wanted him to kind of walk through the process. Another question that was raised was regarding the part under voluntary transfers, and that permission is contingent upon compliance with school rules and regulations, including attendance, and may be revoked if not maintained. And the question that was asked was, how was that tracked? Like, is it tracked annually when the new application is put through, which may become a moot point if we're stopping them, but is it tracked quarterly while the student is in? I think the question
Can
was...
you repeat that again? Sorry.
There's a clause in there that says, you know, when reviewing voluntary applications, like you take into compliance, like
Or into consideration attendance. So like if they were voluntary transfer to school and they were not attending often,
right.
having truancy issues, that could factor into your decision to not keep them at that school.
Yep. So example.
Did I get that right, Jen?
So
Yes.
once we start looking at those
Yep.
transfers, we're looking now at the attendance of the current year.
I think the question was more like, is it only tracked at that time, or like what happens in the middle of, like, would it ever occur in the middle of the year
Of
where
moving someone back.
due to poor attendance or poor compliance with rules? Like,
I mean, it could. I mean, that could happen because if we have someone that, you know, say from one school to another, and they're late every single day because the parent is driving them, you may say, you know what, this really isn't the best interest of the child. You need to go back to the home school and provide busing to bring them to school.
So is the question more like how often is it tracked, like quarterly or monthly?
So we look. I mean, we're looking at attendance monthly at the schools. We're sending out quarterly letters. So if at the end of first quarter there's a student that is at a voluntary transfer to another school, and we're noticing that they are consistently late to school every day or a large percentage of the time, we may take into consideration of, like, well, they're late or chronically absent. Why are they absent? What's going on? What do we need to look into as far as supports for the family? One of the supports might be, well, maybe it's best to be at the home school and provide busing.
So I think the way that this language in here currently, which says just permission is contingent and may be revoked, is good. Doesn't bind us into having to do it at any particular time or.
Yeah,
like,
where is it? I just want to look.
It is on page.
398.
What page of the what section of the
Page 3 of the policy, 3C.
3C.
Permission or not? Sorry, bottom.
Permission of ownership. Yeah, I mean, I would have changed.
It doesn't
No,
say,
I
doesn't
just
say
wanted to
have
talk
to be.
through
Is
that
it
so that.
just a concern from the community came
Yeah.
up? So I think, and it says may. It doesn't
Right,
say
it
must.
says will or right.
Yeah, so
gives us
it's
the-
up. You know, if that situation happened, and then you talked through it with the family, and you were like, oh, actually, this is the best fit. You could not include that as part of your decision making.
And then just the other thing was we were asked, there's a sentence in there that says within walking distance of the school, and we were asked to define that. So my suggestion is that we add the distances that are outlined in the transportation policy, which define walkers as 5/8 of a mile for elementary and a mile for grades 6
Where?
and up.
Could we just say refer to that policy, so if we ever change that policy, we don't have to go back to this policy and actually change it
Yes.
in here?
Yeah, as
Yes.
defined in
Yeah, I like that much better.
Yep.
I just know we've done that.
Yep. No, that's
Yep.
that's
Yep.
good. Yep.
What page were we
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just going to reference it. It'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Jen, there is some.
3A, Rob, on page 1.
All right.
There is some his/hers language on page
Okay.
4,
Okay.
which is not consistent with some other policy.
So with those changes, the one to reference the transportation policy and to fix for inclusive language, I am recommending approval at this time.
Are we in a motion to approve?
I made a motion to discuss it now, I just made a
All
motion
right,
to
do we have a
approve.
second?
Second.
Gotcha. Sherry got it.
Further discussion? Okay, hearing none for the question, all those in favor of approving JCA with the proposed changes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I will make a motion to discuss BGA1 policy subcommittee.
Second.
This is the second read of a revision to an existing policy which would expand the membership of the Policy Advisory Committee. It also adds to the policy the new practice of community notification of policies up for review by the school committee and sets a timeline for policies to be reviewed by the committee. It also defines the process for policy if reviewed by other advisory committees. The Policy Advisory Committee is tasked with making policy recommendations, so anything else, unless specifically delegated by statute to another advisory committee, would go through the Policy Advisory Committee. So at this time, I'm recommending approval of this policy.
I have a question on that, and I know I saw it somewhere. The inclusion of community members, does that include students? I forget which.
We did have students on there, yes.
Two
At least
students from within the
students,
district.
Yes.
I'd like to hear a bit from the administration on how they feel about that. I personally feel like when it's something with policy, when it comes to policy, having students on a policy subcommittee, I mean, to me, that's very, I mean, we discuss very adult policies, and I just feel like There are certain places I think students should have a voice, and in other places I'm just concerned about having them on a policy committee. I think some of the stuff can get really heavy, and do we think it's absolutely necessary? I think we're very inclusive of having students elsewhere in our district and on our advisory committees.
My suggestion, if we're going to have students, they are secondary students.
Well, that would be at your discretion, because whoever applies, you get to recommend. Right,
But we also can specify in here,
Like having high
Yeah.
school.
right? If we wanted to.
Yeah, we
high
could
school
say
students.
2 high school students.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You're saying that way too, depending on the policies we're dealing with, content-wise, most of these policies are, a lot of what would refer back to high school age students.
But in terms of creation of policies, suggestions, recommendations, you're saying that you're fine with that, with having students on the policy subcommittee?
I am. I mean, anything that we discuss, it's going to be discussed as a committee with the other adult members as well, that of suggestions that are being put forward or suggestions that we're considering. I think it's okay. Are there specific concerns you have? I'm just trying to be a little
there probably are
rational,
things
that's
that
all.
I haven't
just
even
think, like,
thought of. I just think that these are very heavy. These are policies are huge. I mean, one of our tasks as school committee members, one of our 3 tasks is policy.
I think it's the same, and again, when we think of committees and we have the budget committee where we have students on it, a lot of those conversation decisions are very high level.
Well,
we have students on that one.
We're not talking about that, but I would
Just-
I have issues with that as well. So I could go through any number of these committees. It's just that we happen to be discussing this one. So I'm just curious what your feedback is.
Dr. Duva is supportive of having students.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I think it's okay that there are students on there. I wouldn't say completely against having them there. I think we're always looking for student voice in everything we're doing. I don't think we have to set a standard of every advisory committee we have that we have students on them. Because we always have ways to get student voice. I say let's put it out there and see if we have students that volunteer to want to sit on the committee.
Okay, any other questions or discussion regarding this? Thank you, Dr. Duva. Megan, for your question. Hearing no other discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of BGA, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstained?
I'm gonna say nay because of my issue with that.
4-1 on that. Thank you. Next one, Jen.
Actually, I'm gonna bounce ahead for a second. I am going to, no, not, I lied.
You're going to do the next one as a group.
Yes, I am. I'm going to make a motion to discuss JCAA school districting and redistricting.
Second.
Okay, so this is the 3rd read of revisions to an existing policy, which has been updated to establish a process and procedures for the establishment of attendance boundaries for new schools and for the review and revision of attendance boundaries or individual class assignments. The intent was to have this policy in place prior to the redistricting advisory committee beginning its work. The implementation of this policy will be effective from the date approved, with the understanding that it might require additional steps, but will not require starting from scratch. I appreciate the feedback that we've received from the community on this policy. You have in front of you a summary of those comments and some potential revisions based on those. So at this time, I would like to open up for discussion.
Okay, any discussion or questions regarding this?
I am very concerned with voting on this before we have really a set idea of what we're doing with redistricting. And the redistricting committee, I would think they might want to take a look at this one more time. So I'd like to I'd like to potentially throw out there that we at least get to look, the redistricting committee gets to look at this at least one more time. I know there have been revisions, but the revisions we made, we made it via online.
Those are all incorporated in here.
I know, but
And then you had another meeting after that.
What's that?
You had another meeting after that as well. So I appreciate that, and I think if this does pass tonight, we can always revisit things. So if in your conversations have other suggestions or things come up, like we could always re-put it on. But I do think establishing this is important because I think it helps the administration have some parameters regarding how to move forward, but we could always amend it in the future.
Okay, I was kind of going backwards. I was
Yeah.
kind of trying to not have to amend things. And in other words, if we could table it and just hold off, but if
Yeah,
All right.
I understood what you were saying. I was saying my opinion is I will vote yes for this, but also would be open to future suggestions or revisions.
yeah, we're gonna have
Just
to
like we
revise
were
it
on the
because
planning
things are
process.
gonna definitely change. So okay.
I have a question with the terminology in here on something.
Sure.
On page 2, on page 2 of the document, under section 1, standard attendance boundary change, letter A says school board attendance boundary overview. And then letter B.
Wait, I'm sorry. You
Are
lost
you at the
me.
policy?
bottom of
Are you
two.
on the policy
I'm
or
on
on
the
the
policy.
notes? Oh, the policy.
No,
Okay.
policy
On
itself.
page.
It's page 2 of the policy. I don't know what the packet
406.
is.
That's okay. Two's fine.
Okay.
And then
And it's under
Letter-
section 1, standard attendance boundary change, letter A,
okay.
big A, and then under that there's little a.
Yep.
It says school board attendance boundary overview.
Yes.
And then it says B, school committee public hearing, and C, school committee work session.
Oh, it should say
I
school
think school
committee.
board should say school committee,
Okay.
unless we're talking about something different.
Yeah.
No,
No,
it's
it should all
probably
be the
just a
same.
typo.
Yeah.
Okay, I just noticed that and think that just needs to be.
And then don't we need to
You
discuss
also need
the
a
years?
period after that A, but that's okay.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
these are
Yeah.
like questions that we need to go through, like,
Okay.
so.
Oh, sorry, I'm going down, yeah.
So on page 1 under philosophy, it says the goal of the school committee is to limit the time between any redrawing of attendance boundaries to a minimum of at least, and I left it blank. So I've heard 5. I've heard, is there a reason why it needs to specify an exact amount of time? Maybe just leave it to minimize.
Where are you on?
This is in the philosophy on the top.
First page.
Jen's asking for the opinion of the committee on the sentence of the goal of the North Kingstown School Committee is to limit the time between redrawings of attendance boundaries to a minimum of at least blank years.
Somebody suggested the goal is to avoid redistricting unless significant changes in population or other related elements merit revisiting. Like, so we need to put some type of parameters around, like, what are, somebody else said, like, so that no student gets redistricted twice in their elementary school career, right? Like, which would be 5 years.
I mean, that's for some.
Well, technically, 6.
Elementary?
K through 5.
Kindergarten.
Oh, I forgot.
I know, you always do.
I know.
I would be curious to hear what Dr. Dube said, but under a philosophy, like I personally think having it not have a specific date, but say the goal is to limit the time between redrawing of attendance boundaries goes towards the philosophy. Like it's basically saying, like, we want to try to limit how often we do this because we understand philosophically that it impacts students. And so
So
Put a
just leave
period
it to
after
a minimum?
boundaries.
yeah. Ken said put a period
Right,
after
the goal of
boundaries.
the NKSC is to limit the time between any redrawing of attendance boundaries.
End of conversation.
Does that mean, just
Okay.
I think as far where it lives in the document, like under philosophy,
Yeah.
that makes sense because that's the philosophy of like, hey, we're not trying to do this often.
So the next one was under standard attendance boundary change, where we're talking about, who would be on the committee. It's talking about at least one teacher support person representative from each building, parent guardian representatives from each school, ensuring any potential area is represented, which that's a little unwieldy, so I'm not sure how we would do that. So I think that the goal here is to try to have a committee that's, representative and avoiding bias. Without saying you have to have somebody from every street, like where's the
That's
middle ground?
impossible because
Yeah.
as we're talking about this, like, we're not going to be able to involve someone from every neighborhood that might be impacted.
Right.
We're looking for representatives from the school.
But I do hear the concerns of bias. I'm not saying it exists, but I hear the concerns that have been brought forward where it's one particular neighborhood from one particular school. So I think, like, is there a way to?
I think what we do is when we ask for applicants, have them include their address. I mean, I'll be honest, when I looked at it, I didn't look at where they lived, I just looked at what school they were
Okay.
coming from. I didn't think it,
That's a good
I do
idea,
think
though,
it's
because you
reasonable.
So
just
then
said your
include
name,
address.
how would you know?
So then maybe,
I do think too that it is important to have representation on the committee, but I also think that some of the other pieces that are put into place in this policy, like having public work sessions and making sure that there's community conversation involvement, like helps achieve that goal of having different voice in the decisions that are being made. I don't know where in that
So
sentence
I'm
you
not
would
saying
add
that we have
address,
to change anything,
yeah.
but I just,
Wanted to bring up the feedback.
right, so we could leave it at representatives from each school, period, and take out the ensuring any potential affected areas represented, and just leave it at representatives from each school.
Does it have to be each, so, like, for example, we have one high school. This policy as written would require a member of the high school. But, like, they don't get redistricted.
So each school.
Each potentially affected school. You know, like, if we're talking about shifting middle schoolers, yes, we should have somebody, but, like, I don't know.
I know what you're saying.
You could have somebody from the high school, but I don't know if you must have someone from the high
Just
school.
leave it as student representative.
No, I think we're talking about the teacher and the parent, right?
Yeah, it says that you have to have somebody from each school. But, like, literally each school means each school. But, like, we don't redistrict. Like, the high school, somebody might want to be on it, but, like, I don't feel like that is a must. So I would just recommend changing, like, each potentially affected school or each school in conversation or something like that. Not saying you couldn't have high school, but.
I know, and plus it's probably, like, they'd be better on another committee that involves the high school.
You just don't want to have to mandate something that, like, you're like, wait, why does somebody have to be here from there? Any other things, Jen, on this one?
We're going to spell out free and reduced lunch population, and somebody requested that we add that reports shall be made available to the public in advance of each meeting.
At the very end?
No, that's actually in with the free and reduced, because they're talking about how each proposed, they'll develop an alternative, the report, blah, blah, blah. So they're basically saying those reports should be made available prior to any meeting where it's discussed.
I mean, is that beyond the agenda packet?
Yeah, but we don't have it. So the advisory committees do not put out agenda packets.
Oh, I
It's not
see.
required. So what they're saying is, with this, and we don't do this with any other advisory, saying you have to make sure you have handouts made public prior. Yeah, I think that's a little too much of an
just trying to
expectation of
bring
us
up
to make
all
sure.
the things that have been raised.
I don't think that's necessary. When at the meeting, if we have something, we have copies made available there, and then it gets posted.
And Jen, not to go back, but when it says a student representative, did you take out high school and just put from the middle school?
Yes, I will.
Any other comments or questions, Jen?
We also need to fill in the numbers on the utilized projected student enrollment. Schools will be considered severely overcrowded as they're operating in excess of blank utilization and underutilized.
Where is that?
Where are you?
Page 3, page 4, where are you?
Page 4.
Why are we list? Where?
4A. It says, where feasible, the goal is for elementary schools to be utilized at not more than 95% of design capacity, for middle schools at not more than 85%, and for high schools at no more than 75%. Will be considered severely overcrowded if they are operating in excess of blank utilization, and significantly underutilized if they are less than blank percent.
Do we have to specify that in this policy?
No, we can take that out if you want.
I think we're getting way too detailed in the policy that's kind of like.
Okay.
Yeah, I
We'll
think we
take
should
that out.
make that.
Okay.
The 95, 75, 85, that's from RIDE expectations.
Yeah, that's fine, I think.
And
But
even when
the
we
other
think about our
sentence is not.
capacities, like, the aspirational capacity is based on square footage of the building. Every LEA would have their own capacity.
Yep.
And
Anything else on this?
Yeah,
Comments,
can we go back
questions?
to page 3? The information on each of the above should be provided in multiple formats.
Yes.
Are we serious about, like, mailers, phone call alerts, posting at community centers, libraries, and other public spaces?
I don't think we should, whatever the expectation is for posting a school committee meeting should be for all advice meetings. I think we've got to be careful how much we put in policies, because once we have so many policies and so many details, that's when we're going to start, like,
We also just had a huge discussion on not mailing things out because of our budget, like on postage, and now we're going to be sending out ballots.
Can we just say provided in multiple formats so
I
that?
think the intent of that is to make sure that the community is notified, so can we just
Where
put
is the?
a simple sentence?
It's in red in the middle of page 3.
Works,
Right above number 2, abbreviated.
oh, information.
Yeah,
Information on each of the above should be provided in multiple formats.
We could say may include but are not limited to, blah, 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 or we could just leave it as should be.
Where is the
provided.
information on each of the above?
Should be provided in
Will be
multiple
provided as the
Just
same means as a
delete the 3 sentences, you don't need it.
Yeah, I would just
Delete the whole sentence?
Yep, delete all 3, I don't think you need it.
Because next year the budget could be asking why our
I
postage
mean,
is
right
so
now,
high.
emails go out, it's on the website, it's on the SOS.
Okay, wait, I'm confused. Take what out?
Information on each of the
Okay,
above, the
take
red.
that whole sentence out.
Yeah.
Those 3 sentences.
Okay, you're
Yeah.
saying 3, I'm only seeing 1. What 3?
Oh, it was
3
sorry,
lines.
3 lines.
Okay.
3 lines, sorry.
I know,
All right,
wait,
anything
but
else on
that's
this
one
one?
sentence. No.
For discussion.
That is it.
Is that all?
Okay, are we in a motion to approve?
No. Oh, and I'm going to change man-made to human-made. Somebody pointed that out, so thank you. I will make a motion to approve with the changes we discussed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and then we're doing communities as a group, we can choose a time.
Yep, I will make a motion to delete JCAC, JCAR, and JFAB as they have all been rolled up into one of the other policies that we just approved.
Do a second. Okay, any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstained? Or, sorry, any, okay, no, that was unanimous, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Very tired. Correspondence?
You gotta go
We
back
still
to
need
it.
to do teacher stuff.
There's
So,
just
well,
been
we don't
sitting
have
waiting.
5 minutes. Let's go, people. Okay. Serving line, can I get a motion, please?
Make a motion to discuss?
Second.
Okay. Dr. Tuba?
Did you print the RFP? You had that.
I gave it to you in the very beginning.
No, I left that with you. I don't have that.
While we're working that out, let's go back to correspondence.
Did I give it, I should use.
I have
I
nothing.
thought I gave it to you, just on its own.
I get the bid for the 5 bids.
The
I
very
gave you
first-
back everything
the very
that I
first
handed.
document.
When you remember you said, can you have that file? I just did at you. All right, while that's happening, let's do correspondence.
Do we have to get out of a motion? Because did we make a motion?
Yeah, can you withdraw that?
I take my motion back and I'm going to do correspondence. April 16th, Lou Wilson billed what you sold the voters. April 17th, Robin Albuquerque, we're looking for guest readers to help Hamilton Elementary School celebrate Reading Week. April 17th, Robert Jones, questions on DA and new middle school options. April 18th, Karen Martell, Budget Finance Subcommittee, meeting Tyrion membership. 420, Shirley Finkelstein, CTE capital investment proposal. 421, Elizabeth Schreiner, concerns regarding school budget and redistricting prospect out of Hamilton. 421, Robert Jones Sealat. 424, Peter Lucier, Leesburg Middle School reimbursement question. 424, Lori Duffy, invitation to attend an event. 426, Karen Martone, Policy Subcommittee, ACA 1 transgender non-binary students. 428, Susan Schember, Cedarfield Residents Redistricting Petition, results and request for consideration. 428, Robert Jones Policies. 429, Linda Madison, North Kingstown School Committee. 52, Pam Panero, concerns about policy and wellness. 54, Linda and Pagliazzo, invitation, Rising Arts opening reception. 55, Matt McCoy, Rhode Island's Kid Count 2025 Passbook release. 55, Matt McCoy, invitation and K-Town Council presentation to Senator Clark. 55, Carol Martone, 2026 proposed budget/enterprise funds. 55, Robert Jones Disciplinary Committee. 56, Matt McCoy, Rhode Island Current Redistricting School Bus Regions. 56, Louis Schreiner, gratitude and support for Hamilton. 56, budget item agenda.
You have 2 minutes to find it. Do you want to get up and go?
Can you pass down what you have so far?
I'll look, I'll see if you put that.
These are the bits. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you have to somewhere.
What? I honestly, I went through all my stuff, I don't.
There's only one copy of each. These are all different.
Yep, there's one of each. I didn't think those are the bids that came in, and this is the RFP. That was the RFP that was posted. Do you want to give it to Jen to look at?
Each look at it. Like,
That's the
I don't.
But this doesn't have,
Just make a
like,
motion to
this
table it.
doesn't
I'm
have, like,
done.
we ask for things like, are you gonna meet this, are you
So
gonna meet that?
that's the RFP.
Right, but I'm saying the
RFPs.
bids should respond to those things in the RFP. This is all just technical information.
So it depends on what was asked for in the RFP.
But
We don't
still-
have a standard RFP that we send out for everything. She submitted on the BidsNet what was needed. So this RFP has the timeline of when it was, when it was published, when it was needed to be submitted by. It has
So
the
10:59,
request
I need a
of
motion
what
if you want to extend.
was being asked for, and then has a detail of the equipment.
This doesn't have any of the normal stuff that our RFP has, like on the front page where it talks about what we're looking for, like what they need to provide in response, like, that's all just technical specifications.
Right. Is there?
Was there nothing beyond that?
No, like, you know the front page,
It's
like where
11
you go.
o'clock.
Right,
I
right,
need a
but what I'm
motion.
saying is, like, it's
It's
not
11
like we have
o'clock,
to
I need a
have
motion.
it.
I'm gonna table this.
So we have a motion to table, do I have a second? To table. Don't hear a second, do I have a motion to extend?
Second.
Yeah.
Alright, so motion to table. You're seconding the motion to table?
Yeah, sure, you did.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We'll be right back. Stephanie, can you go through these and just figure out what we actually voted